Hello, y'all. How is it going? It is. 1 second. Ah, need my mouse. Just in case, you know. It is Tuesday, and that means it's time to start into Super Mario Odyssey, a full-on 100% replay of that. I'm gonna replay it. As the text up top said, I haven't replayed this game since it came out in full, like 100. I haven't replayed this game in full since it came out, 100% style. Hey Jayhawk, thanks for the Pikmin. Also, I see you threw some while I was starting soon, so you know what? I'm just gonna give you some more. This way. Gotta keep me on my toes, yes. Yes, you do. Anyway, haven't replayed this game since, in full, 100% style, since it came out. I have played it, replayed it, like, any percent style, going for the dark side or darker side before, in the last, what has it been, like 7, 8 years? I have done that, like 7 years. I have done that a couple of times, 6 or 7 years, let's say. I have done that a couple times, but never since it came out did I do 100%, and that's because there's like 800 moons, and that does include, it does include a good amount of grinding for coins if you want to get to like 999, which I think we do. Look forward to that at the end of the playthrough, I suppose. Bunch of grinding for coins and crap. But I'll say, for today's stream, for tonight's stream, my intent is simple. I have, before on stream, done World Peace and any percent, like just going right to Bowser or going right to Bowser while getting story moons along the way. And I'm thinking, for tonight's stream, we'll do World Peace. I'm going to start by doing just bare minimum amount of moons to get to Bowser and beat the game. And then from next week on, we'll be like going back to Worlds, doing as close to 100% as possible in each of them before moving on, probably through a painting, I guess. But for night, we're just gonna do straight up World Peace. That's the thing tonight. Also, I have a number of cards as I do. Here's one. I have bought some new headphones. Mentioned last time that with my new place, there's like a playground right outside, and like a playground / open field. And it turns out, like, dozens of school children, dozens of tiny children, like to run up and down it, like every afternoon. I swear, there must be like 50 of them out there right now, and I can't have them be yelping and yelling, and me hearing that during a stream, so bought some fancy headphones with sound isolation in them. Actually, I bought two. I tried these ones, which were the Bose Quiet Comfort motherfuckers Ultra. Wasn't super impressed by the audio quality. Maybe that's just me having been used to like some serious audiophile type in-ear microphones. So I decided, like, you know what? They say that the Bowers and Wilkins P7Xs enhanced are like nearly as good as the Bose ones, and they have, you know, Bowers and Wilkins are pretty good at like audiophile ass headphones. In fact, like most of my in-ear headphones over the last 10 years have been the Bowers and Wilkins ones. They're not anymore, but I know the brand can do good audio and sounds good. Seems to keep the kids' yelps out of my ears. I say this with about 5 minutes of testing, so who knows? I might have a different opinion by Friday. Might buy some more by Friday. I don't know. I can always return. I can buy and return as many headphones as I see fit. I will figure out what the best one is. People told me if I want a good headphone, I gotta go with a no-name brand from China, which I don't know. Basically a brand that is unknown, but is cheap and does the job better than any of the alternatives, which sounds like it requires research, or a good deal of trial and error. Couldn't do that before this stream, but might in the future. We'll see. That's what I wanted to say up top before we started. Hey, how about we start this game? Does that sound like a plan? Do I have to do anything? Oh, I gotta get the card down. That's right. That's what I need to do. I need to think for 2 seconds and hit the button that gets that down. Let's start this video game. Also, we'll see if the sound needs adjustment. We'll see if I need to move to a different corner. We'll see that in time. Relatively new green screen also, so I maybe should adjust this further. You might see like a shadow behind me at times when the screen is dark and I'm not being lit up as much. Maybe more lights that light up the green screen especially would help a lot. I feel like this is louder than the thing is. Sound is good. How about now? How's the sound now? Feel like you might have spoken too soon there. Good? Okay. I'm just gonna take it down like 2 scotches to -12 decibels, if that sounds good. I'm also just gonna hit the volume button on my headset here. They're physical buttons on the Bowers & Wilkins premium headset. On the Quiet Comfort, it's like a touch thing that I don't know where it is, so another point in it, not in its favor. I am jealous, yes. That's Bowser, that's Peach, if you didn't know. They are pretty important. They're gonna get married is the plot of this game. I suppose I should talk about this game. I will say also I have like 11 cards tonight, so not a lot, but I'll sparse them in as I see fit. Sparse, is that a word? Has anyone else said the word sparse to mean intersperse? Then sparse alone must mean something, if intersperse came to be a thing. Wouldn't sparse just mean the same thing as intersperse? We can look around. We can jump. All right, let's go. Now, I did think about ways in which we could do this. You know this game was beaten jumpless? I've seen videos about, like, the various challenge mode things that people have been trying, like jumpless, captureless, etc., or like fewest jumps, fewest captures, etc. I don't think I heard that it was beaten jumpless. Link me that YouTube video if there's a YouTube video. I would love to, that sounds like exactly the sort of thing I like to watch. You know, the kind where it's like, oh, here's all the thought and all the development and all the process that went into getting this down to 0 jumps. And you know, you gotta have that moment where, like, there was a problem. There was a problem. This one ledge, just, there was no way around it. And then they found a way, and suddenly, no more ledge situations. In fact, no more ledges across the entire game. Video was made by GameChamp3000. I'll have to look that up. Link that in the Discord, Corn, if you're in there. I'll have a look at that later. That's Cappy. We just got our best friend, Cappy. He's our companion. There's nothing in the corner I am in other than the word saving. You don't need to know when we're saving. Oh, you know what? I should probably just quickly... Hey, can we do a manual save real fast? Please do it into... Okay, good. It did use the file that I cleared out for it. Perfect. Alright. Just wanted to check on that. Didn't want to lose any progress between this stream and next, you know. Want to make sure it's saving. I guess so long as I don't load another save, it'll be fine. Yeah. That was not a good thing, but, you know, don't worry about it. I'm not sure, like, how long World Peace will take. Like, it'll take, 3 hours or 4 for me, specifically. Or if it will just take, like, 2 or something, I don't know. I know, like, world record, isn't it, like, around an hour now? But it took a while to get there, and I'm, you know, I've just played this game a handful of times. Not, like, hundreds. Also, you know, let's watch the cutscenes. I'm not skipping as many cutscenes as you would if you were going for, like, a time. And also, I'm gonna be doing this over multiple streams, like, at least 100% style. So... Oh yeah, that's another thing that's worth noting for anyone who's watching this now, and I just want to be clear. This is gonna be like a multi-day, multi-stream thing, and I'm gonna do it every Tuesday until I finish. That is just how I do playthroughs on this here channel. I captured a frog. It's the great new mechanic of this game. I should probably be thinking about coins, considering that there's so many things that you need to buy in this game. Let it be known, I love this game. One of my top 2 favorite games of all time, basically tied with Donkey Kong Country 2, and yeah, it is one of my top 2 favorite games ever, and goddamn, it's perfect. I love it to death, and I've been looking forward to doing this 100% playthrough for probably like half a year. I put it on the books that we were gonna do this playthrough after I finished like 6 other playthroughs that I had booked before it, and now it is finally time. And I'm gonna have a good time. We're all going to enjoy it. And, it's gonna be kind of linear for a minute here. Should I do... They didn't patch up the, patch out the T-Rex skip, did they? I mean, I guess I could go through it vanilla style, also, where you do the chain chomp and you go through the 2D section. And that's like a tutorial to 2D. You know, it's actually kind of important. We don't care about that, do we? I'm pretty sure it's... You know, I do feel like, when I'm doing a playthrough, that we ought to see, like, the full experience of the game, I guess. But also, isn't it better to skip the half a level if we can? I think this might be like the one skip that I know how to do, other than Moon Skip, which, you know, this is the latest version, so probably patched out, right? You linked the video? Fantastic. Mario Odyssey. Wonderful. Was T-Rex skip patched out as well? It might have been. This might be the sort of thing that Nintendo frowns on. And I'll say, I did think about doing this another way, right? The first time I played this game, I did not play it like any of the times I played this subsequently. First time I played this game, when I got to this world, I was like, God damn. And even though you only need 5 moons to move on here, I spent like hours here just poking around to every corner, getting every moon that I could find. And I was just like overwhelmed with how... By the way, it's the Cascade Kingdom. I was just so overwhelmed with like how, despite this being like smaller than a Banjo map, I would say, this one in particular, it has like 5 times more content than any single map in Banjo-Kazooie, or any of the Banjo games. Hell, the original Banjo-Kazooie, where it's the most dense, it's just blown out of proportion in this, where it's like, okay, it's smaller than Mumbo's Mountain, and it contains like 5 times more collectibles, 5 times more intricate little challenges. You know, I guess purple coin-wise, it's less than the amount of notes. So, you know, maybe not 5 times in every regard, but still. As far as the stuff that matters, it's like, goddamn. And then you get to the end game, spoilers, you get to the end game, first power moon there. You get to the end game and you find out, oh fuck, there's even more. Every world basically has double what you thought it did. And that was just the most incredible thing I've come to realize. I said that clunkily, but whatever. There's our ship. We're gonna get some moons. It can fly. We'll put our hat on the globe. I love the mobility in this game. The capture system is obviously like the main event. You know, with all the variety and like creativity that it presents, but like the mobility is also just so good, like being able to backflip, being able to jump off your hat, being able to, like, I guess that's most of it, backflipping, jumping up your hat, wall jumping, turning around, jumping off your hat. You can get really far up walls that way. Let's see now, how do we do this? There we go. Let's do this thing. Do I have to do it at a certain angle or just... Yeah, I didn't hold it. I didn't hold down the button. Now let me try that again. Well, I'll get these coins and then we'll... If they patched it and I'm being silly, let me know. The controls are the best they've been in the game? Yes. Where's my dinosaur? Does the dinosaur not respawn? Oh, whatever. We get to see it vanilla style. That's fine. You know what? Hey. I mean, we'd have to come back here sometime and break down these walls and do all this stuff, so, you know, might as well start getting things out of the way, I suppose. That's how we're gonna justify it. And we'll get this, here moon, which is a good thing to get, hey. Now, we only need the multi-moon and one other here. Of course, it is worth noting that, yeah, obviously... fuck. It is worth noting that this is 100%, so any moon that we get extra is just fine, but... I don't know, I kind of like the idea of just getting through with bare minimum until we get to the end game. Maybe that's a silly thought. How do the speedrunners do it? I think I've seen, like, some of the higher completion percentage speedruns, and I think they just mainline the world peace percent until they get to the... This might have changed, or might have not be the case at all, but I think they just do, like, a world peace run until, or maybe just, like, an any percent run, honestly, until they finish, and then they start doing more things on the revisits. The revisits, you can do more because you have access to, like, everything you need to do. You know, you have access to all the moons in the game, so it kind of makes sense to route more into the post-game. One more hit and that ought to do it. Then we're off to, like, the first... I don't want to say full-sized world because this is a full-sized world. I'm going to say the first large world. we'll have a little bit more to do and a few more moons to get before we mosey. Perfect. Turn up the sound and hopefully hit the right button. New headphones. Just got them. I just got these today, like 3 hours ago, so I haven't really figured out like if they're better than the other ones I bought and tried. But I think I trust them a mite bit more from my 20 minutes of testing them. But that's not very many, so, you know, whatever. Alright, shit. Oh, gotta take a drink. Dinosaur's back. Oh, you know what? We could have gone around the outside, couldn't we have? Rather than breaking down the wall. Well, that'd be faster than doing the thing that we did. Whatever. We need to break down that wall. Anyway, eventually. Right? Let's go with that. Now let's go to the Sand Kingdom. Good, good. How we doing for time? What's it been like? I have no idea. When did we start the thing? It doesn't matter. Whatever however long we've been going, we'll get there. And I am certain. I'm curious, like, how long this will take. I mean, I guess I could have looked at my 100%. It's been 30 minutes since the stream started, but 10 minutes of that were where it was the starting soon screen, and probably another 10 was me talking, so call it 15 minutes. Let's say 15 minutes. Maybe 5 minutes was me talking. I'm gonna say like 10, 15 minutes. Let's go. We got the captain's hat now. It's a good hat. The captain's hat is pretty classy. I'll say I would like to buy all the outfits, or as many as I can. And, you know, wear them when I think it's fun. I'm good on the basic controls, thank you. I played, how many hours of this game? 130 or more. Honestly, that seems a bit low. You ever get the skeleton costume? I don't know. I had a lot of them in my previous clear game file. I had a lot of the costumes. I think nearly everything but the ones that they added as DLC, and the ones that would require me to, like, grind for, like, hours to get, like, additional coins. That's kind of where I drew the line when I was just looking at some of the ones they added as DLC and go like, okay, well, I'm not gonna do that one bonus area like 100 times in order to get it done. Sick! Let's go. So we need how many moons here? We're in the Sand Kingdom. How many moons do we need here? Let's say each row is 10, so that's 16. 16. How many are in the critical path? Let me try to remember all the moons that are in the critical path here. There's this one at the top of the tower, right? Then there's the one with the sniffets. The ones with the guys with the mustaches. Then we go into the pyramid. And that's there's a boss fight. That's a multi-moon. It saves time to not go in there, but maybe we might need the coins. Screw it. How many extra moons? Fuck! You know what? This is an opportunity to get this moon. It's fine. It's almost as if I intended it. I mean, I guess I can always just go over. It's not like there's any shame in, like, doing world peace, but with extra moons. That is not... There's no shame in that. That'd be silly, but... We do need all the moons eventually. So we might as well start grabbing any that's on the way to world peace. Been a while since the last time I played this game, I'll say. Need to get my sea legs back. I'll have it down pretty soon here. Again, loving this game how you can just clear large gaps, just jumping, throwing your hat, landing on the hat, just doing the dive right into the hat. It is just perhaps the best 2D or 3D game feel in a 3D platformer. You know, when I first got this game, I was sort of loath to admit a little bit. Well, that's not true, but I mean, for like decades, like over a decade until I got this game, 880 to cool, that's right. Plus ones that you buy. When I got this game first time, you know, Banjo-Tooie had been one of my top games forever and ever. And then when I got this one, I had to admit, like, you know what, this is 100 times better than Banjo-Tooie. Yeah, I think I have a new favorite 3D platformer, and it's not even close. I hope they're making another one. Hey. Hope they're making another one here. In the future. And crap. This is a nice auto-scroller, but it is an auto-scroller. Let's do a card. I bought and started Stitch. Bought and started Stitch. That was a game that was shown off at the Ninties Direct the other day. Basically, it's like a Picross style game where you have like a grid of... You have like a grid, right? And you have like numbers in the grid. And basically what each number means is that you have to make a box, a rectangle basically, that includes it, the number, and is the size of the number. So say 4, you need a 2x2 box or a 4x1 box, let's say. And the trick is to fill up the space in a way that that meets all the requirements, that fills it all up and also hits all the boxes, all the numbers. It's sort of like Picross, but a lot more mindless. You can sort of just use intuition 90% of the time, and it's just like pop, pop, box there, line of 3 there, 2, 2, 2 there. It's kind of nice. I kind of like it. It's a good turn your brain off thing, and then occasionally there's a case where it's like, ooh, hang on, this is the way I've set it up is impossible, so it must be okay. Yeah, it's this instead. You know, like, okay, well, I need the 2 to be here, the 2 to be there, and that 4 needs to not be a box, but a line. That's the game right there, Stitch. Pretty good. I would show it, but you know, I didn't like prepare any screenshots or whatever, which maybe would have been nice to show. But also, who cares? It's fine. It's pretty good. I like it. Is it one of the best games of the year? No. Just like a fun little Picross game. I'll say, it seems like it's best with a touchscreen, so it is a shame that the phone version is like Apple Arcade only. Because if it wasn't, I would totally get it on phone rather than Switch, because it is the sort of game that you just... It seems like the perfect phone game, but it's not available on phones outside of money, so, you know. Go figure. There we go. Another moon. I would probably go as far as, if I were to put a number on it, somewhere between a 3 and a 4. It's pretty alright. Kind of fun and mindless way. But sometimes not so mindless. It's alright. Alright, we're gonna get that triple moon. And then there's gonna be some stuff in the underground. And yeah, we're gonna need a lot more moons. We're gonna need at least 5 more moons. So keep your eye out for 5 moons that we can get on the way. There's only one moon in the, there's only the triple moon at the, after the, can I just ground pound here and get a moon? Hell yeah, I can. Free moon. Well, whatever. We're not gonna worry about it too much. Go inside this pyramid. I thought you, like, shook to get the hat to go farther. No matter. Not important. This gravity stuff would be neat for Mario Maker. I'll say, of the 2D stuff, almost wish it, like, felt a little bit more like Mario Maker, you know, a little bit more smooth and shit. But it's good. It feels good. And they use it in a lot of creative ways. It's sort of not that dissimilar to Link Between Worlds. Same basic idea. But this is a lot more fun. I guess Link Between Worlds was used a lot for, like, puzzle purposes. You know, like, you gotta crawl around this wall and use that to get to this platform. And it's important that you get to this platform for very good reasons. Whereas this is just, mostly platforming, but hey, you know, there's nuance to it. Break open a hole in this wall. This looks like it should have something. Aha! Beautiful. Get the bonus room here. Is this a moon? Yes, this is. I know it's money, and money is good. You got a lot of stuff to buy, but also, moon is good. I wonder how many we can get per stream, is my question right now. Assuming each stream is around maybe 3-4 hours long, and I'll assume that tonight, I'm for sure I want to get to the end of the video game. I want to finish World Peace off. Is there a thing if you, like, get a bunch of these in one go? Whatever. I wonder how many hours it takes to get 880. Oh, you know what I just thought of? Data management. Go and look at my 999 file. It doesn't say the time, does it? Okay, well, we'll never know. I do know, hey, I've played this game for like 130 hours. I've beaten it probably a handful of times, so can't be more than like 80. I would guess. Maybe like 90? I would guess like maybe most of it was that first playthrough. But I have done like 500 moons multiple times like since then, so like Darker Side or Darkest Side. So it's probably like 80, 70 hours that first time. We'll see about this time. I mean, if we can do tonight 100 moons in like 3 hours, 3-4 hours, let's say, maybe it'll be more like 5. Then maybe every stream we could do 100 moons in, you know, a handful of hours. And it'll be done before you know it. Got her. Beautiful. Alright. Now we see how many missions are left. If we see a mission that's like, not just go fight the ring guy, then we know that there's like one between us and them. And then, in any case, we know that we have to collect like a handful more before we get to move on. It's nighttime. Nighttime's pretty okay. Too many zombies, but, you know, not bad. I think it's more of Bowser's doing. That's probably right. We need 2 more. Do we have enough? We have 10 of the, purple coins here. So, no, not enough. Maybe now would have been a great time to just grab those, little piddly, nuts so that we might plant them. In fact, why don't I just plant the first one now? Before we leave, let's, grab those nuts. There's like 3 of them. Maybe zombie apocalypse is not a good time to, during a zombie apocalypse, it's not a good time for nut collecting. Let's do that before we leave, though. So that next time we come back, we'll be ready to collect some nuts. Alright, let's finish this. And also get 2 moons along the way. We can get the Goomba stacking one. And is there another one down here? Other than the multi-moon? Are there 2 Goomba stacking ones? I forget. Right. Wait a minute. Ah, we need to get up there and then, yeah, jump. To get a stack high enough. Alright. There's so much good gameplay in, like, each individual part of this game. In such a nice variety of forms. Like the Goomba stacking shit. Inspired. Like turning something that was just a thing that happened in one game. And also Mario Maker. Later? Mario Maker 2 was after this, but Mario Maker 1 had stacking, so yeah, it happened in Mario Maker 1 as well. And turning it into a thing where you just got to play as a teetering tower of Goombas. Just so cool. Giving enemies hats to give them health. Inspired. dumb in the funnest way. I think there's nothing here. I think we have just the right amount of moons to just need one more after we beat the boss. This is where the ring goes once we get back. I think up there is like a thing. Alright, let's go. Crystal Gem Ring Boss. I need to stop dodging quite so much and get him to hit the thing properly. Such a cool way to do a boss, you know. They set up the whole how to control a Bullet Bill throughout this whole world. And now the hands, the thing that you end up controlling, control just like Bullet Bills. It's perfection. Boom! I'm gonna try getting out of the way this time. There we go. That was a good strategy. I'm a little low, but it's done. Whew. Good boss fight. I guess not every world has one of those. Like I was about to say the Falls doesn't have a boss fight. It's just was so minor I forgot about it. The lady was the boss fight. The brutal lady. The brutal matriarch. That... And the first world also had a boss fight, even though it was a boss that would eventually become more of a mini-boss. I guess the boss of the next world, one of the next worlds, is later themselves a mini-boss. The Brutals are sometimes mini-bosses, sometimes the boss of a world. Now we got one more left. Can we afford to dress up? Let's just grab a couple of coins here, and... I guess we can just literally buy a moon right now. We could just buy the moon from them. I want to dress up. You get 2 outfits for each world, right? Ooh, I can only afford the poncho sombrero combo. It's a good combo. It's a good look. Cowboy Mario's not bad either, though. Hey! We'll come back there later. Now I have the outfit, and now we can go to the club. Performance! You know what, if we had done a stream where, like, 100%ing this world was, like, the main event, That would have been a pretty good thumbnail. And now that can't be it, because that's in this stream. Whatever. Probably better thumbnails. Anyhow. How about I go grab some nuts? Let me go grab some nuts so that we can get that squared away now. Or we'll do that later. I bet there'll be a point where we want to do, like, darkest side. You know, with the, like, going around to all the other worlds and doing, like, the hidden things, you know, where you have to find, like, oh, it's the spot. Ah, it's this spot. We'll be back multiple times. We'll get the nuts taken care of next time. And then third visit, get them done. Proper. Alright, next up. Wooded Kingdom, Lake Kingdom. Any opinion, Corn? I don't mind the vanilla order here. If I were to pick a favorite, it'd probably be the Wooded, but let's go vanilla. Let's go Lake Kingdom. I say vanilla. Let's go with the default. It is only the default insofar as it is higher, I suppose. I like how the moon is always prominent in the sky, no matter where in the game you are. It is a cool detail, and, you know, sets up for the end, I suppose. Yeah, we know how to throw our hap. They have the dress. They have a very special dress that was very specially stolen by Bowser. Cool. Here, the story is as simple as can be. As simple as can be. We just have to beat the Brutals. And then after that, we'll do some, like, you know, some stuff. Yeah. Hang on. I got this. There we go. Saved us a swimming section. Fish never have to worry about air, that is true. Good to know if you're a fish. Okay, let's pop into there. Probably want to grab that fast travel while we're here. Okay, why don't we just grab these. Another fast travel. We're about to go fight a boss, so not really quite time for a card, I think. And again, I don't have that many of them tonight, so do feel like it's a good idea to sparse them out a bit. You know, save them. Just a little bit, though. Get this moon. How many do we need? There's, how many moons is that? 8? We get 3 from the multi-moon. Three from the multi-moon. 5. We need 5. We need 4 more in addition to that one. I bet Nessie would be an easy one. Is this a multi-moon? It is a multi-moon, right? Ha ha ha. That guy's gonna fight us. I'm beginning to regret my decision not to skip cutscenes. You all know them. They're good cutscenes, but, you know, I've seen it a million times. Even if I don't see it a million times, maybe even if I skip it most times, that's just a good way to do. There we go. One more hit here. Definitely want all these coins. Alright, there we go. I don't know if we can skip every cutscene, come to think of it. I tried hitting start during that dying bit where he was dying, but, nah. Nothing doing. Okay, 4 more. I want to go to one of the bonus areas. We've not gotten in any of the bonus doors yet. I think that'd be a fun thing to do. Of course, we'll get all of them in time. I'll get 4 more moons here. Is one of those a moon? Or does that only come after you, I think that only comes after. Wait, does that count towards this world or the other world? I think that doesn't count towards our 4 moons that we need. Let's just save that until we're going through, like, a whole... around the whole rotation, you know? Going through all the paintings. Oh, this is the first music note block thing we're doing. Nice. This is a well-done game. There's so many cool little bits. And through this wall is just a bunch of, monies. I guess we'd probably need, like, a bunch of money in order to, get the outfits for this world. Might as well grab coins while we can, then. I remember doing this next one pretty... I say this next one. Okay. I remember doing, like, for some reason I remember doing one of these, doors in this world in particular pretty early on. Is this the one where it's a zipper and it's foggy and the zipper, like, falls big style? I say this. Wait, where is it? Oh, is it one of those ones that only comes after the end game? Maybe I don't remember that so much. You know what? There's plenty of things for us to do right now. That is the first time we are doing something in this playthrough that we'll do a million times. A scarecrow. And, Nessie? Do Nessie? Grab a fish. Let me make sure, just go ahead and pop that. Free one right there. Go ahead and grab it. The cheap crossing. And I can go with Nessie, or I can go with, this lady. I'm gonna go with this lady. There's a moon for us, and now we can leave. I'll say I have no idea what the fastest moons are. I have no idea what the route is. Or, if this were to be a speedrun, you know, this is not a speedrun. This is a casual replay where I am trying to, do it, you know, in a manner which is, I am trying to get as many moons as fast as I can. But in a way where I'm just improvising the whole way. You know? I don't know what's best. But I can try and figure it out on the fly. Which I think is a lot of the fun of this game. Next world, let's go. There's a lot of story in this one. A lot of story missions. Compared to, you know, Water Kingdom, where there's just, basically none. Basically none story. It was just a brutal, and we beat her ass, and that was done. Wow, look at that sky. I'll say, when I am in an airplane, I am absolutely looking out the window, going like, ooh, clouds, sky. They have flowers in the Wooded Kingdom. That's what their chief export is, as far as weddings go. Top tier music here in the Wooded Kingdom. This game has a killer soundtrack, I think. And the Wooded Kingdom is a big part of that. Do I hear something? Takes a while to start. Let's shop at the money store. I can buy a boxer shorts. No, I can't. I can't afford it. What's cool? Is being a mechanic cool? We are in the robot land. Sure, I'll buy that. Should I be buying outfits that don't serve a purpose? I don't know, but I am. Oh, you wear it backwards. That's good. That's a good look, Mario. Flowers. All right. When does the music start? It's funny how long they take until music starts. Right now, okay, good. Goddamn good. It's fun throwing the hat at prawn plants and then kicking them. That's just a fun way to beat guys. The music is good. Want that heart. I love how each world just has new captures that are wacky and inspired and make you go, oh shit. That's cool. They do some incredible stuff with the capture system. That was about another card. Do another card here. Been playing a little Rivals of Aether. Obviously, well, I say obviously, but Rivals 2, the beta, starts on this weekend, and I've been playing a little bit of the first game, Rivals of Aether, in order to like prepare and shit, and like get into the mood. You know, I'm in the mood for some Rivals, so Been plugging away at that a little bit. Playing in both places. You know, I have a Switch version, which if I want to play as the main characters from the original game, I'll mess around with that version. But if I want to play some workshop guys... Not sure how I killed that guy there, but okay. Want to play as some workshop guys, it's all about the Steam Workshop, and that's fun. I love the Steam Workshop and everything that they added, you know, the community put together for that version. Right before the stream, in fact, I decided to look at all the, this may be a silly thing to do right before live stream, you know, in the hours before, but I pulled up every custom character, every workshop character that was submitted in the time that they had for like a contest. They're doing like a contest where one workshop character will be turned into a actual character in Rivals 2, which is, you know, sort of following up on something they did in Rivals 1, where 4 characters got that treatment over time. So I went and pulled up like the 3 pages of characters that were entered in the tournament, and I kind of think there's only a few that stand a chance. Really, it probably comes down to 2, if I had to guess. But, you know, I wouldn't be opposed to the 3rd one as well. Here would be, like, my short list, based on, like, looking at them all really quickly and just going like, I don't like this one. This one feels weird. This one, I don't know. Awkward handling. I think Helios, who's sort of like a billiards dinosaur, has a good chance, feels really fun, good mechanics. I don't think you can go wrong with that dude. If I had to bet, I'd probably say like him, or her, I'm not sure. Or La Reina, who is like a Incineroar-style pro wrestler character. Those would be the 2 things I would, two characters I would bet on. Though there is one who is like a dragonfly assassin bounty hunter who has like a gun and flies around and stuff. Rosso, who seems pretty okay. And it's like, if you look at just popularity-wise, is number 2 in the rankings. So, you know, maybe Rosso has a chance as well, just based on that. Hell, maybe one of the ones where I said, like, this is alright, but this doesn't have it to be a full Rivals character. Maybe one of those, after, like, a full rework, will get in, you know. I'll say the thing about the workshop characters that are in the game is that most all of them were heavily reworked to the point where when they came out, I became a believer about all of them. I had played the workshop versions of a bunch of those characters, of the 4 that got into Rivals 1. Hey, Dominoes64, how you doing? I got 999 moons and 100% game. I did 2 once. I have done this before, let me tell you. But that was like 7 years ago, so I'm ready to do it again, is basically what I'm saying. I'll say the characters of the workshop characters that were turned into full Rivals of Aether's characters in Rivals of Aether 1. I had played the workshop versions of some of them and thought like, I don't know about this character. They don't seem that good. Like, I thought that way about the bomb-throwing Moth character who got in. But then they remade him and made him a lot more intuitive and functioning and good. I thought the same thing about Hodan, and now I'm like, Hodan might be like one of my favorite characters in the game after they gave him a full rework, basically, in officializing him, making him official. So who knows? Maybe one of these characters that I didn't really click with the benefit of a rework, I would actually be all in favor for. Hey, Eagle Gamer, how's it going? Let's go. Path to the secret flower field. Anyway, last thoughts about Rivals. Rivals of Aether. Rivals 2 is going into beta this weekend. Gonna do a Saturday morning stream where I check that out, mess around in like the training room for a while, the training mode for a while, and then play some online. I'm not sure if, you know, there'll be people who want to fight me who also have beta access. If there are such people, we'll do it that way. That'd be fun. Welcome to your favorite game of all time, Eagle Gamer. Oh, it's mine as well. It's tied for it, but it's like right up there. It's like this and DKC2 for me are my top 2 of all time. I will take a seed. I'm doing 100%, as you might be able to tell from the title of the stream. But not tonight. Tonight I'm doing World Peace. Over time, I will do 100%. You speedrun the game? Oh, awesome. You can tell me, like, the fastest ways to goose it. Tell me, let me ask. 100%, what's the world record for that? Like, like, if I were to do things absolutely correctly, how long would that take me? I'm not going to. It'll probably be like more like twice whatever you say. But I really don't know how to estimate how long it'll take me. Around 6 hours? Damn, that's fast. Do you have to... Is it all moons, or is it like, for BTT? Is it all moons, or is it, like 999? Do you have to get, like, 880, or do you just, get all the unique moons? How does that category work? All moons, 880. Hey, this will be our first bonus room that we're seeing in the run. Hey, how about that? Let's just do this one randomly. This one a fun one? I have thought about, you know, if there... I have given thought recently to be like, well, I could beat, like, DKC in probably, like, an hour or two, right? Like, I could just casually do that and put a timer on it, and that probably, you know, do that a few times, and you start being a... And that almost becomes a speedrun, right? Like, I have seen some people who are not speedrunners sort of get into running a game and having a good time with that. I wouldn't mind being on, like, the DKC2 leaderboard if that were to be, like... I mean, I don't know, like, how fast exactly I can do it, but... For, like, a glitchless no skips run, let's say, or whatever. You know, no shortcuts. I don't really want to learn all the shortcuts and stuff, but I could probably do it with none of the stuff. Funny thing, there was a skip that saves you a minute you missed. I see. Where's the secondary moon here? Every one of these bonus rooms has 2 moons. So... Fuck. We'll come back for that later, I guess. Sure. You can tell me, yeah. I'll say I've 100%ed this game before, so I know it all. I should know it all. That was 7 years ago, though, so... It's at the start? Okay, let's just go in and grab it, then. Aha, wait. This way? I know, right there. Beautiful. Alright, not much of a time waster at all. Again, you know, hey, this is a playthrough. I do want to do things as fast as I can because, you know, I'm a Banjo fan, you know, a Banjo fan. There's a bug in every Banjo fan's head as far as like, yeah, I gotta do this world as fast as I can. But, you know, it is at the same time a casual run, a casual playthrough. And we don't really need to worry about anything other than, you know, doing it in a good number of streams. And also, who cares about that? That's fine, you know, hey. I like this little tank boss here. It's such a simple thing, like, hey, shoot the targets. Guys are gonna come, you know, you're gonna have, like, balls shooting at you. But also just so intuitive. How's the sound, by the way, with, like, some of this louder music? Is the audio good? Can you hear me clearly? I think I like these headphones. I like these headphones so far. New headphones with active sound canceling. Just gonna help my mental health. I don't like hearing things that aren't me. I imagine a lot of people are the same, you know? Imagine a lot of people just, you know, want everything to be soundproof in their lives. And, the reality would seem to be, to me, that you need a house before you start, like, actually soundproofing things. Like, an apartment will not be soundproofed properly. And you can't make it soundproofed. Not really. The windows, the walls, they're all weak points. Weak points you can't do nothing about. Short of, like, overhauling the whole thing and tearing open the walls and replacing the windows. I'll tell you, you know. When I moved here a few weeks ago, I was thinking, like, man, if this is perfect, maybe, you know, I don't need to necessarily go over to a house at any point. I could just hang out in this apartment. I mean, it has a connected garage. It has, like, a space for a little bit of a dining room. It kind of has more space than I ever would need as a single dude. But also, there's the whole fact that you can't control what's outside, and you can't soundproof it properly. And you can't, like, replace the AC with a quieter AC. Yeah, you know, I'm just gonna have to get a house, you know, next few years. I'm in this lease for, like, 14, 15 months, so I guess by the time I'll be able to move out of here, I'll be 35. So, yeah, that's a pretty good age to do a house. That'll be like 2 birthdays from now, essentially. Mid-30s. About what you want as far as, like, time for a house, I think. You know, economic conditions allowing. This is a great boss. I like how all the bosses use, like, the same mechanics you've been playing around with the whole world, but in a way that is inventive and fun, and just, it's like the game is constantly mixing up the gameplay at every fucking turn. Constantly mixing up the gameplay at every turn. It's beautiful. Multi-moon gets. How many moons do we need to leave? I'm trying to be, I'll say I'm trying to do it like world peace style right now, until we get all the stuff unlocked on the cubes and stuff. Eagle Gamer, if you're still there, I'm wondering. I was asking earlier, in the, like, 100% world, or darker side, etc. speedruns, how do they do the first run? Do they just do it, like, any percent style? Do they just basically do, like, any percent, or, do they, spend more time and get extra moons before they leave that they know they're gonna need later? I was curious how that's routed. Doesn't make a difference to how I'm gonna do it tonight, but, it's just, I think I heard at some point that it was, like, any percent style until you got to, like, the, Bowser fight, and you got the extra moons unlocked. I'll say if I were to speedrun a game, this would probably be on the short list. This, Banjo-Kazooie would be up there as well, because you can't go wrong with Banjo-Kazooie. And, I played that one more than enough times, and even have, like, it down to, like, a 6-hour mark already, which for a casual player is probably something you can be proud of, right? I think... I think it's pretty alright. It's like 5 or 6 hours, I forget. It's like 5 or 6 hours that I do. As far as, if you look at the leaderboard on Xbox. That would be one I would consider. It'd probably be DKC, though. I think I could do... I know I've done this, okay. A few years ago, some of my earlier streams were like doing DKC 1, 2, and 3 at the same time. And I think that took like 4, 5, 6 hours. Meaning that each of those games takes me like at most like 2 hours. Individually. And probably one of them takes less than the others, which would probably be DKC 1. So I know I could probably just... I honestly wouldn't mind, like, spending a week doing, like, okay, let's do speedrun. Let's do DKC 2 over and over again. See the best time we can get. Any percent, no early warps, no warps. I'm not really a big fan of the warps anyway in DKC 2, since they're, like, built in, the warp barrels. I just find them unsporting. It's sort of the same as, to me, using the warp barrels in DKC is a lot like using Super Kong in DKC Tropical Freeze and Returns. I know that, obviously, you don't get warp barrels on harder levels, and they're more just a time-saving thing rather than a difficulty thing, but I still am just turned off by them. Plus, I don't know how to do those fancy warps that end levels early, glitch-wise. There's Princess Peach. So there's 3 Bowser fights in this game, is that right? Or is there just 2? No, there's 3. There's this one, there's Bowser's Kingdom, and, the last place what there is. Don't know why I'm avoiding spoilers in my summation. I do feel like it can be possible that it's someone's first time whenever I play through a game. You know, maybe someone likes to watch games rather than play them. I've done that before. I've definitely done that before. But it's not my first time, so I know. Okay. There's like a trick to that, isn't there? You know what, you wait until it's out, and then you flip it, and then you like... You can do like a quick hit or something. I've seen that in speedruns. Don't know how to do it. There we go. That's like the Act 1 break. Good first few worlds. We're like hour and a half in. Probably been playing for an hour 20, I would guess. Maybe an hour 15. Not bad. Bowser, yes, we're up against Bowser. Problem I had with these headphones is they felt like they were getting hot after I used them for like an hour. These seem to be the right temperature after an hour. Maybe it's because I turned on the AC real heavy and it's cold in my apartment. But regardless of the reason, it's a nice temperature right now in my ears. Maybe a little hot. Maybe just if you want a good seal. Breathability is not a major concern there. Okay, so there's that key. I think there were videos once about like if you could beat this world without losing Cappy. Thought those guys were a clue for sure. There's too many groups of guys for that to be a clue. Maybe you can beat this world without saving Cappy is what you can do. I guess you have to save Cappy to get out of here. To leave. Okay. On a second. I can't do like my normal midair backflip thing where I turn around midair as well. So let's just save Cappy then. Okay, I'm here. Too soon. Too soon again. I like how the tree moves up and down with the platform. That's a good touch. Hey, buddy. For once, we have no story moons to do. We just have to do the thing. I got some cards. Another card. Been watching more Fallout this last weekend. Watched a good amount of that Fallout show. I say a good amount, like 2 more episodes. I'm up to episode 3. They are doing some real cool stuff with that. I like how much the characters are all just, you know, contending with each other in an interesting way. I kind of low-key expected, I don't know why, but I sort of low-key expected it to be like an And maybe it still could be. I sort of low-key was expecting it to be like a Star Wars Episode 7 situation, where the three protagonists would, like, come together and join forces pretty quickly. But instead, they are all at ends. Is it a spoiler to say that? Whatever. That's not what happened. It's a different situation. I expect, by the end, probably, they'll all have joined forces or whatever. But in the meantime, it's like a wacky race to the thing. To the MacGuffin, to the story item. Ugh. It's good. I'm liking it. I'm thinking more about other Fallout games that I haven't thought about in years. I saw a site that I like a lot, Giant Bomb, did some Fallout 4 streams. And I watched one of those as I was kind of in the mood to remember Fallout 4, which is a game I didn't finish at the time, I'll say. And I was sort of... I was sort of, like, curious, like, wait, what the fuck happened in that game? I know what happens in New Vegas. There's the whole Battle of Hoover Dam and all that, however that ends up. I know what happens in Fallout 3. The water thing. Clean water for all, basically. Magic. But I had no idea what happens at the end of Fallout 4. And looked up what the whole deal was with your son. And yeah, I had no idea what was up with Sun. Turns out it was something, well, I won't say, but it was something kind of surprising. And, you know, looking at the list of optional endings, I guess, you know, there's one evil ending and three, not-so-evil endings, where you in line with, like, a certain faction or other. Hey, Captain. Honestly, I had forgotten that Fallout 4 had an identity at all. You know what I mean? Like, I was looking up, like, the details of it and shit, and I was just like, oh, right! It was about robots and synths and shit. I forgot that was, like, the whole big thing, like, in the Fallout 3 DLCs and shit. There was some establishment, or maybe in Fallout 3 itself, there was some establishment of, like, yeah, Boston, big robot area. Lots of robots live in Boston. Or Massachusetts, or wherever the fuck Fallout 3 takes place. The Institute, or something. They do a lot of setup for that ahead of time, and sure enough, you know, it's fine. There's some guys, they have, like, robots and shit. It's like a whole thing. Not exactly the most compelling plot any Fallout game did ever have, but it's not bad. Part of me is, like, wondering, like, should I go back to that? Should I go find out what I missed? Another part of me says, no. And I tend to listen to the part of me that says no. I got a million other things to, play. Actually, I don't right just now, but I'll say of the things I would like to play. A, if I were to do a Fallout right now, I'd kind of rather replay New Vegas, which I did start relatively recently, and then I stopped because, you know, like, Persona came out, other things came out, and suddenly replaying a 10-year-old Fallout game didn't seem like the most important thing in the world. Oh, also I moved. That's another thing that happened. Whole moving process took a lot of steam out of that. Well, I guess I had lost steam like a month before I moved, so you can't just blame that. One more, moon here. What's a good one to get? Ooh, I like that one. Oh, this one. Let's go with this one. Beautiful. I went through this whole world without saying the name of it. It's, what the fuck is this world called? Forgotten Isle. I didn't even know it was broke. You're always having to get moons to move on, so it being broke doesn't make much of a material difference, other than you can't leave. Now we can leave, and we can go to Mario Odyssey's most famous kingdom. New Donk City. The Metro Kingdom. We're like 55 moons in. I almost said shines. Moons in. We have been going for like hour and a half. Yeah, about 3-4 hours I think is about right for world peace for me. I bet world peace by a pro is like... What's the world record for world peace, you think? If regular any percent is like an hour, I think it probably went below an hour like years and years ago due to glitches. Let's say it's like an hour, because I remember that hour threshold being a big deal for any percent. I'm gonna say for world peace, just a bunch of slightly longer moons. An hour 15? Let's see. Am I close? Odyssey speedrun. I'm looking. World peace. An hour 11 is the world record for world peace one player. If you do 2 players, it's an hour 14, so it's actually slower with a second player. Using that bullshit. Apparently. Go figure. Let's do it. We gotta get a lot of moons for this world. Fun fact, I have a keychain in the shape of the purple coins from this game, from this world, from this kingdom. I like these coins a lot. They're iconic to me. And I have a beautiful keychain that is only slightly worn from years of use that I, you know, bring with me everywhere. Good to have a keychain. And also one that lets me think about my favorite game. My tied for #1 favorite game of all time. Moon, let's go. They're all moons. Okay, here we just got to climb a tower and shit. Get any other moons on the way up here? Probably like 1 or 2. Like in the building itself, perhaps. Probably like maybe 1 up here. Yes, we can get that one. Perfect. How about another card? Still got a bunch. We're like halfway through roundabouts. Watch the Invisible Wall Super Mario 64 video. There was some chat earlier about the about how they cleared Mario this game without a single jump. I said then I like videos like that, and what better video like that right now out there than the can you hear me, by the way? This electric guitar sounds loud. Let me do the mic test thing. Oh, we're good. I'm louder than even the guitar. I should really just have it so that I have my mic test set up so it plays a recording of me. I should just have it set up so it just plays back my mic. And that would also help me diagnose, like, issues with the mic if it ever sounds wrong or is off or something. I should rig that up at some point. Anyway, what better example of a video like that is right now than the Invisible Walls video, which I watched all of, and goddamn, that is some fascinating shit. How that all works, and how the various, like, ways in which Mario 64 can tell whether you are above a floor and below a ceiling, and in areas that you're supposed to be, can get fucked up and result in walls that are, like, literally a pixel wide that you can hit sometimes and other times pass right through. I don't think I knew about those. I only played the N64 version of Super Mario 64 on the, like, in full on the Switch on that re-release, so I only done it like once. I did the DS version as well, and presumably they fixed all the invisible wall issues in that. I think it's just a factor of, like, you know, that game was very early on in the history of 3D platformers, and they weren't quite figuring out how best to bound out the inbounds versus out of bounds. And as a result, just have like holes in the scenery which Mario can't pass through, but can screw him up by introducing walls that he will run into. I will say, I think it is better to err on the side of holes that you can fall into than walls that you can accidentally hit. Holes that you can fall into will only affect you like a very small amount of the time. And only if you fuck up, specifically. Well, that's not true. Sometimes you're trying to land on a platform and you go right through it. Still, better that than an invisible wall, I think. All that shit is fascinating, whether it's, you know, it's a video about, like, whether it's, like, a video about, like, oh, this is how Ocarina of Time works, and why a glitch is we're able to do a glitch. Or if it's like, yeah, no, this doesn't give us a glitch at all, this is just literally something that fucks us up, but understanding how it works takes a lot out of you. Because it is complicated as all hell. All right. I'm always feel like when I watch a good one of those, like, oh man, I want another one of those. Give me just glitch explanation videos. I feel like I want more of those, but I don't know how to find them. Which, YouTube algorithm, please just serve me hour-long glitch explanation videos. I like them. too busy serving me 20-minute videos that, in fairness, I also like. But sometimes you just want to sit and listen to something for an hour or two. And, you know, I can only watch H-Bomber Guy's, like, 20 videos so many times. I rewatched his, another one of his videos the other day. After rewatching, his Fallout videos on account of Fallout Fever. They're good. I very much like to hear all his, very well researched videos that are, you know, adventures. Why does he have a thing on his head? Oh, he's just gonna tell me about the story. It's time for New Donk City, like real style. I guess, you know, we've been in New Donk City for a while, but now it's peaceful and fun. What we need to do is to get the band back together. That's our priority number one for world peace. For world peace, a song must be played. Kick the shit out of the robot one more time. Perfect. And grab these coins. I gotta talk to Pauline first? Ah, jeez. Did I just get a warp point, though? So it's fine. I might have done. Yes, okay, so it's fine. I gotta talk to her. She's gonna tell me get the band back together. And then we can get the band back together. Yay! Drummer on board. That would make a good, bumper sticker. You know, like baby on board. Drummer on board. They must have that. I mean, I guess why would they? It's not like drummer on board is something that people regularly say. It'd practically just be a reference to this game, except if it is to be a reference in addition to it having the other meaning. Oh, cool. He does warp us, though, right? I could have just warped there, but it was pretty fast to run over there as well. Let's sit on the bench. We're gonna sit on the bench. Is one of the there's a lot of joke categories in Odyssey. Where's that bench? Can't you sit on a bench and talk to a guy? Maybe that's a different bench. Where's the depression bench? I need the depression bench. Okay, so let's focus on these guys for now, and then we'll find a way to get the bench later on. Ooh. I want those coins. More coins. More artists. The last one is just like near the start of the world, right? Then we got the sewers, then we got the final multi-moon. If we get all these, how many is that? Like, do the multi-moons... I forget if sewers is a multi-moon. I know that the festival is, so... I mean, again, we don't really have to not get more than would be for world peace. More moons than for world peace. We can get as many as we want. We are going to need to get them all eventually. Where is... Civic Pride and shit. Dude's got Civic Pride. Alright. Guitarist on board. That one would make a less good bumper sticker. Alright, let's go get the power on. I like how all the maps also have like tidbits about the world, population, currency, all these little details, little fun tidbits. It's so cool. It just adds to the whole world exploration theme so beautifully well. I'll say it might be like top tier as far as in-game maps go. Like, is there a better in-game map than the brochure thing in this game? Is there one more flavorful, more useful, and more just inspired? I suppose if I were doing this for the service of, like, someone who had never played the game before, you know, trying to do as much stuff as possible, we should be reading all the brochures and going like, ooh, that's really cool. But the thing is, I've read them before. They are good, though. Like, look at this. Million coin views. Scraping the side. I feel like reading things is always awkward on stream. Like, am I supposed to spend 10, 20 seconds reading aloud? Maybe. Appreciate the constant Power Moon-based progress. Visit those welcoming souls. Participate in a citywide festival. There's scooters, construction, and of course the Crazy Cap flagship store. It's a good bit, but let's keep things moving and not waste time. I am going to do that starting now. What I said. Definitely want those coins. I am in the mood for a new outfit. I think I will get one. After this, area. We'll be able to go up here and get this moon. We definitely want to get any moons in areas that we don't have to return to ever again if we, you know, get everything 100% in first go. It would be best to sort things out in that fashion. I think this might not be a multi-moon, just because if it was one, it'd be multiple multi-moons in a row. Yep, just a regular moon. So we're gonna need like a handful more. We'll get 4 from the big festival. 4 from the festival. And that just leaves how many now? Four from the festival leaves 2 more. 2 more what we need. Cool. I don't know, this is a very good energy plant. Oh, I do want to do it right now, actually. I know we can get like 100 moons in a few hours, but they're consuming like a moon every 3 seconds. That's, you're gonna consume every moon in the game in like a minute. In less than an hour.
A celebration of the history of our city. And now, to get things started,
Famous song. This is probably like one of the best moments in the game, moments or sequences in the game, right? I'll say this: best 2D part of the game. Just purely as far as the 2D sections go, this is the top. Would anyone disagree? You get a little bit of the, you know, gravity tomfoolery here. Just a little bit, just a taste. Not that much. And you get a nice little secret here. We will absolutely be grabbing. Celebrating in the streets. This was a good trailer. Also, good song for a great trailer. When it was a trailer song. God, remember when capturing was revealed? Like, already that trailer was just blowing your mind. And then suddenly Mario's a frog. And then within like 20 seconds of trailer, there's just a montage of like, Goomba! Like, what was it? Like, Goomba, Hammer Brother, human! just fucking hell, man. Like, goddamn, they blew the barn door open for that shit. And that's probably one of the most fun trailers to watch reactions of to this day, right? Like, going back to that trailer and watching reacts, and it's just everyone's popping. Everyone's popping when they see Mario become a frog, a Goomba, a Hammer Brother. They knew how to make an impression with that, and yet that was only scratching the surface. I guess it's a lot of how they marketed Wonder, which is that, like, okay, let's show you like all the bullshit we got in this game. We got some amazing bullshit, and yeah, they had amazing bullshit. They had so much of it. It was unbelievable. Practically unbelievable. Wonderful. 2 more power moons. Where's that guy with the bench? We'll find him later. How about we'll find him later? Let's, go do a bonus area. I remember, this one in that building over there being like, I think it was shown in, like, preview builds early on. Like, this was it was one of the bonus rooms we knew, like, before release. If, you know, you watched a bunch of demos for the game. Which, yeah, I absolutely did. This was definitely a game that made me want to see as much of it as I could before it came out. I don't find that I'm all that, like, Usually when I do that, it's not like a big deal, you know? It's not like I'm spoiling myself by watching, like, all the E3 footage I can find, all the level footage I can find, all the world footage I can find. Usually it has, like, a net positive effect, or a net neutral effect. I think the only case where it was sort of did diminish the game a little bit was Psychonauts 2, which, yeah, I did sort of spoil, like, the first 3 hours of the game, roughly, by finding, like, basically complete gameplay demos of, like, the first couple of heads that, you know, I don't know if Microsoft intended for to be out there in entirety like that. Need to get one of these fellers. Considering that this is one of my favorite games of all time, like, again, top 2, it was not diminished. It, if anything, I'm stronger. My love is stronger for it. And I will say Psychonauts 2 was my number 2 game of that year. If I were making that list now, I'd probably put it at number 3. I think right now, if I were to make that year's list again, I would move Metroid Dread up to 1, and move. I could see Psychonauts as number 2, and then to have Deltarune, the original number 1, at 3, or go whatever, which way. That said, it doesn't do to you know, litigate to really ponder over decisions that were made in the past. As far as lists go, a top 10 list of a year is of a year. The decision made in the year stands. Though eventually I do kind of like to just reduce it down to 2 entries, because at a certain point, yeah, you don't need to know what my number 6 game of 2010 was. I'll just preserve the runner-up and the winner. At least that's how I've done in the past. Basically, I stopped keeping, like, really old top 10s and just had, like, an overall list that had, like, the games of the year of each year. Like, the winner and the runner-up as, like, a note. Which does help, you know, head off cases where, like, oh, I put, you know, Mass Effect 2 behind... Name a game that Mass Effect 2 shouldn't be behind in any case. Like, I think that list might still be up, honestly. I guess I have probably, like, I don't know how many top 10s are still, like, preserved without me deleting them, but whatever, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Let's go, Snow Kingdom. Really could have used, like, a new set of digs. Digs? That's probably not what the word is. A new set of fits? The kids, they call clothes fits, right? Because they fit. That's the idea. Probably could have used a new set of clothes. Should we be taking note of, maybe we should save all those for, like, a later thing. I don't know. End game, let's say. Hey, buddy. Well, I kind of like, We'll get these. The fancy suit. The black suit and the fedora. These seems like the kind of things you would wear in New Donk City, which we no longer are at. But we can't afford any icewear. Can't afford any of the stuff. Room by room here. We're going room by room. We're gonna pick up any moons that are in each room. I think each room basically has like a bonus one. There's also, I believe, a good amount that's just outside. How about a card? Been a while since the last card. Do y'all find yourself falling asleep at watching one last video before bed? I definitely have gotten into the habit of just, like, pushing it, you know? Like, just, okay, I like to end on something nice. I like to end on something nice. And in some cases, I'm just, shit. Watching a few too many than I probably should, considering that I'm, like, drifting off during it, right? Just sort of nodding asleep. And I'll be like, okay, fine, I'll go to bed. And then I'll go lay in bed and go like, okay, now that I'm in bed rather than on my couch. Fuck. Now that I'm in bed rather than at my couch, it's time for one last video. And, you know, let me find one in a minute or two that's like 10 minutes long or something. That adds up. Speaking of adding up, these debts are adding up a little bit. Hey, there's a thing here. Being sleep deprived is weird. Like when you're that tired, things stop making sense. And you realize that, like, oh god, I thought I was watching this video, but actually, I'm just staring at the phone. I'm just like, I haven't really watched this video for the last 5 minutes. It feels weird. Like, I am, like, half asleep here. I should probably just go all the way to sleep. And, you know, sleep. In other words. I don't know why I do that, you know? It's sometimes when I'm not looking for one last video to watch, I have trouble finding even one video that I really want to watch, to really spend the time, you know? And to think that I would make my night a little longer with one video that is itself, that I could just watch, like, the next day, you know, when I have nothing better to do. It's madness. I'm often tired, I'm often just exhausted out of my mind, and, getting a little more sleep every night would probably go a long way towards alleviating that. But whatever. Get all the bonus stars here? Let me see. There's 3, and then a 4, and then a bonus room. If we want to get less than is required, we gotta skip one of these bonus moons. I can do that, that's fine. I'll skip this one. We'll just fight this lady. Yeah, we know they come to fight, whatever, it doesn't matter. The worst thing I've done as far as like being half asleep in bed is realizing not only like, oh god, I thought I was watching a video, but I'm just staring at I'm just staring at my phone. How about I thought I was watching a video, and staring at my phone, but then I realized my phone isn't even out. It's turned off. It's on the thing. I'm just staring at my bed in a half-reclined position. At that point, just go to bed. Hello, Rock Party. How you doing? Been a while. I'm doing Odyssey 100%, one of my favorite games of all time. Tonight, specifically, I'm doing World Peace. So not getting every moon tonight, that would be beyond my abilities, I think. Though the world record is like 6 hours, so it's possible to get all moons in a night, and, you know, every speedrun does it. What runs that category? How many people do you think run 100% all moons? Probably not that many. Is the race part of world peace? I wonder. You hate when you fall asleep and drop the phone on your face? Yeah. I tend to do it in like a more reclined. I like to lay the bed. I have like a stand, not like this one, but you know, a stand that's like iPhone size that I lay my my phone on. So I'm not usually holding it like that, but I do feel ya. I have asked myself recently, why? Why do it that way? I feel like the most I ever realized that, like the most acutely I ever had to consider that, is when I was between jobs. You know, when I was job hunting last year, and I had nowhere to be in the morning. I had nothing to wake up to, and yet still, I was going long and just pushing it every, you know, a lot of nights. There's no reason to do it that way. It's silly. How about we just, can we warp back? Is there not a warp point in the underground area? I want to get these coins at least. I will say, far as like stuff to watch or listen to goes, I do have a lot to get to, considering that I have fallen pretty behind on a lot of podcasts that I have been meaning to get around to. For the last like couple months, I've been re-listening to like history podcasts rather than anything from like all the podcasts I regularly listen to. So I've only started getting back into that. I've only started like listening to like you know, all the podcasts that I listen to, like Firescape and MinMax and Shriekcast and Chance Ball. I listened to the first Shriekcast and the first Chance Ball today that I've listened to in like 2-3 months, and both of those podcasts are goddamn good and very funny, and probably should have listened to them in the last 2 months, but you know, I had other things that I was listening to. I had history that I was caught up in. History of Rome, Revolutions, those two. Also fantastic podcast. We have to go find a person to race as. And they are over here. Show me your head. Thank you. Alright, let's go. Wait. I want those coins. I wonder if I got 100% as far as, like, purple coins go in my file that I had. My clear file. I bet I must have gotten all 100. I say 100. All the purple coins for each area. I wonder how hard that was. Wonder how hard that is. Is there like a, you know what, there might be a, moon for, a Toadette moon for get all, purple coins. You moved to Fort Worth, you've been watching a lot of GTA 5 roleplay? Huh. Like, the online mode? Cool. That's an interesting thing to get into. I liked, the GTA 5 series what, GB did, where they did a bunch of heists and shit. That was a cool thing. A ridiculous series. The trick here is just to shake the controller a lot. And try not to land on, things that bounce you upwards too much. Hope you're enjoying, Fort Worth. I moved recently as well. Moved, like, a few weeks ago. Getting used to a new, apartment is a big to-do. Especially when you want to, like, soundproof it as much as humanly possible, and you realize that that's not really humanly possible in an apartment. I will say, as far as soundproofing goes, I ordered, like, some things that you, like foam that has, like, adhesive on it. It's, like, supposed to be used for a car, and I figured, like, fuck it, man. They actually want to replace the windows anyway, once they get, like, their insurance to pay out for the windows. So why don't I just take some of that stuff that goes on a car and just put it on the inside of my windows? It might be a bad idea, but I ordered the stuff, and I'll think about using it. I wonder if it comes off, is the question. Or if that's just on permanent style once it goes on. Maybe I need to calm down and not board up the windows here, because not like practically board the windows up. Not literally. I'm not literally boarding them up. I'm foaming them up. I would, though, if it was easy to get off. I would just, you know, in the game, you know, what's it called? Shadow Complex, the foam gun. If that foam gun existed and was good for soundproofing, I would just fire it right into my windows. All of them. I would foam them the fuck up, and then put my curtains up over them. I wonder how that would look from the outside. I don't care. On a certain level, I don't care. The apartment might know. Or maybe they don't give a fuck. Hard to know. I say that. Who gives a fuck? They don't give a fuck. Lease, you know, I should look at my lease, I guess. If I'm thinking about, doing stuff that would be harder to remove from a... would be harder to take down. Seaside Kingdom. Seaside Kingdom is where we're about to be now. We're making some good progress through this here game. Moving is hard. Is all I'm gonna say further. Bubble Lane, the glass is half empty. In this one, you can do the story moons in any order you please. What a fun idea. Let's see now. There's 4 moons. We need 10. 4. And we're gonna get 3 from the boss, so we just need 3 along the way. I'm always leaving these worlds before I can afford, like, an outfit for Mario. I'm sure on revisits we'll get some good ones. We might get the chef uniform in the next one. That would be fun. There's like a one that we can use that for. The chef level, the volcano, is a goodie. We do another card. I'll do another card here. I saw Spy X Family Code White. 4 out of 5 is the number I'm putting alongside it. It's a Spy X Family movie. It's sort of follows on from where the show is, and it's basically a little adventure where they go abroad and do some lighthearted stuff for about an hour, and then they do like an action finale for about another hour. And it's pretty good. I would say that the two halves are very awkwardly, like, shoved against each other, right? Like, the first half really feels like it's all B-plots, right? Like, okay, so she's thinking he's thinking this. We gotta get, like, a cake. We gotta eat a melanene, whatever that is. Gotta eat a melanene. There's some stuff going on with some guys in, like, military garb. We gotta go shopping. It's a bunch of stuff that is all very lighthearted and not bad, but I would probably say doesn't take full advantage of the full family. I'll say, it is all B-plots, but at least it is B-plots about the main core family, you know? The main core family, Anya, Lloyd, and Yor, and the dog, Bond. Like, at the very least, it is about those 4, and not the side characters that are not as good. But at the same time, there's so many of them, and they go on for so long, you end up finding yourself thinking, like, okay, it's, we're an hour in and there's no real story yet. I'm getting tired. Can we just go ahead and get us to our action finale? And yeah, they eventually get to the action finale. It's pretty cool. When that show pops off, it is good. It is pretty goddamn good, and this movie does pop off eventually. And I would say it is a really good pop off. That said, I would also say, you know, I think a lot of anime movies set themselves up so that if you brought someone to them, they wouldn't be out of luck, you know? They could just enjoy the movie. And I would probably say, like, this is not Spy X Family at its best. Like, go watch the first 2 episodes of the show if you want to see Spy X Family at its best. Like, this 2-hour movie is nowhere near as good and as concise and as, like, clear of a mission statement as those first 2 episodes. This is more of a meandering, fun little adventure that is fun in and of itself, but, you know, not exactly as good as the series has been for what it's worth. Let's get the Goomba one here. Still pretty good. I'll give it a 4 out of 5. I found the pacing to drag, but it is all good stuff. It is all pretty good stuff there. And if you like Spy X Family, sure, go see it. I think it might be too late for that now. I'm not sure if it's still in theaters now. It might, it had a longer theatrical run than most anime movies, I'll say. Being in theaters for like a whole weekend. But I think it might be over today or tomorrow. Or maybe it's going on a bit longer. I have no idea. I just looked and saw that it was going on until, like, yesterday. I know that it lasted across the weekend, and there were Monday showings. But beyond that, I don't know. On an anime note, on an anime movie note specifically, I got another card related to that. Do y'all hate how missable anime film theatrical runs are? While I was looking up, like, Code White and doing the necessaries, I say doing the necessaries. While I was thinking about anime movies, I looked into what other anime movies are coming out and set some reminders to be like, okay, a week before the Haikyuu movie, my phone's gonna tell me that that's coming so I don't miss it. But while I was checking what movies were coming and what movies to make reminders for, I realized I missed one. I realized I missed the anime movie, a double feature, in fact, of one of my favorite anime movies of all time. That is the Rascal Does Not Dream of Bunny Girl Senpai series. They had a movie back like in 2019, and last year in Japan, 2 movies came out, 2 more sequel movies that cover like the next 2 arcs, basically. And I'll say, like, that first movie was one of the most magical movie-going experiences I had in ages. You know, when I came out of that movie, I was so pleased, so excited, I talked to a fucking stranger in the parking lot saying, like, did you just come out of the same movie theater? And they said yes. He said yes. And I said, like, that was fucking good, wasn't it? Yeah! I never do that, and I was just so fucking pleased when I saw that first Rascal movie, Rascal Does Not Dream of a Dreaming Girl. And to know that they were the next 2 movies, movie 2 and movie 3, were in theaters like late last month, and I had no fucking idea, just makes me livid. Hello, Sapphire Jack. How's it going? Makes me goddamn livid. Watch them. I'm looking forward to it, I'll say. There is, of course, the second movie is on Blu-ray now, so I can go buy the Blu-ray right now. The third movie comes out on Blu-ray in June, so I will have to wait until June, I guess, to buy the Blu-ray. You know, as one does with anime movies. I might buy the Blu-ray soon. Watch them, your new video rocks. I'm not aware of your videos, Sapphire Jack. What sort of videos do you do? Time to do this boss, by the way, hey. Do we just water him? Or do I have to step on him as well? Among Us? Never played it, but I know it's very popular and cool. Is Among Us still popular and cool? I don't know if the kids still, You have to do water? Got it. I don't know if the kids still know. Kids are still into Among Us. You never can know with kids, right? Because, you know, 5 years passes and now it's kind of, if I'm not mistaken, a completely different generation of kids now. I have a nephew now. 5 years, he's gonna be like a little human that you can talk to. Rather than just a baby who shits. Try going into a pipe during the fight. I wanna... That is an interesting thought, but I'm just gonna finish it right now. Or not. Tell me what happens if you do that. I feel like what would happen is I would have to restart the fight. And I don't want to restart the fight. Oh, come on now. 8-bit music? Ooh. Oh, you mean like a 2D section. You mean like a 2D section. Okay. 8-bit music version of the that boss fight. Wow. I thought you meant like a go to another area pipe. I misinterpreted there. I think we still need like 2 more moons, 1 more moon. I'll say again, this is 100%, but for tonight, I just want to get to Bowser and finish. And do world peace. And then subsequent streams next week, I will go world by world and get everything. That's my plan right now. World peace is a fun way to play it. That's hard. Yeah, it's gonna be a while. Let me be clear. Probably will be more than 2 streams. Probably will be like, I don't know how many streams. I have done 100% before in the past, and the total amount of time I've spent in this game is somewhere around like, the total amount of time I spent in this game is around like, 130 hours total between like probably 4 or 5 playthroughs of complete or partial amounts. Yeah, I will enjoy. That is your rights. Jeez, there's a lot of flowers in this game. Now that I'm looking around and seeing, I forgot how many flower plants there are. You also played Tears of the Kingdom? I love Tears of the Kingdom. Tears of the Kingdom was fantastic. Ah, fuck! Ah! Did you get Eulidian Chronicles? I don't know that game, Rock Party. You're right. I was looking at YouTube chat there. Didn't see your question. I don't know what that game is. Is it RPG? I'm guessing it's an RPG. Never gotten, there are a lot of RPGs I haven't gotten. Never got into Xenoblade or... Hell, I haven't gotten, like, a Final Fantasy. What are these pipes? Where do these pipes lead? Ooh. Okay, looking closely, I think we need to go... let me see now. We need to go into the bottom pipe. I think we need to go into the bottom pipe, make a platform, and then Suikoden the Spirit sequel. Never played Suikoden either. I know, there's a lot of games that I haven't played. I mean, I'm sure that's the case with everyone. I know there's people who haven't played Zelda or a Mario before. And hell, you know, there's plenty of foods I haven't eaten. I sort of... In a Discord the other day, people were talking about, they were talking about something called, like, cacao, pepe? Cacao, pepe? Don't know how you pronounce it, but, some sort of pasta dish from Italy, and I had just never fucking heard about it before. and people were talking about it as if it was something that people expect people to just know how to pronounce and know of. And I think that, you know, people have holes. People have things they've never experienced. And, while on a grand scale, you could probably generalize and say, like, yeah, most people have played Zelda. Most people have played Mario. Most people have had ranch before. You know, the condiments. I had ranch for the first time the other day. It was weird. I don't really, I mean, it kind of made the hot wings less hot, but I don't know. Wasn't really my jam. Here was something I was thinking about, right? I feel like Mario is like pizza. Like, if people who haven't played a Mario game before are about as common, as far as gamers go, as people who haven't had pizza before. What do you think is like, what do you think is like the ice cream of gaming? Like, is ice cream... are there more people who have eaten ice cream than pizza? And if so, what would be the video game equivalent of that? Tetris? If it's more? Zelda if it's less? I believe it's cutscene time. Is it time to go to the destroyed kingdom? The fallen kingdom? No, after the next world, I think, we go to, the next place. Luncheon Kingdom. That's where we're going right now. Mount Volbono. Very cool. This is a pretty kingdom. I think this is one of the prettier kingdoms in the game. Beautiful. I love the art direction. I love all the food stuffs. I'm gonna jump over there and get the moon over there. This is a big kingdom. Like, oh my god, I've just noticed how many moons we need. We can totally do the story moons and also have room for dessert. Everyone's had water before, right? Yeah. Everyone except for people in Idiocracy. I would have to imagine yes. I've never had Coca-Cola or any sort of soft drink. I thought they looked. I didn't like how they were brown and abstained from them. Also, it sounded like they weren't healthy for you anyway. I said like, fuck it, man. I got enough vices. I guess I said this as an 8-year-old. Hey, Velocity Gamer, it's going well. We're in one of the later worlds of this game. So, making good time, if time was of the essence. Which, no, it's not, but it's still nice to go fast. I replayed it, I played it 100% once before, when it first came out. But not since then, not since 2017. So no, I have played it once before, 100%. Every time since, it's been just any percent, world peace, darker side, or darkest side. What would be the Coca-Cola of video, of like food? Something that everyone has had. Corn? I feel like corn, like, that probably depends on the region, right? Like, in China, they're not eating, like, corn on the cob. They're not eating... I don't know if everyone eats just straight corn. Rice? Ooh, that's a good one. Wait a minute. No, what am I saying? Those are both foods. Coca-Cola is a food, rice is a food. What is the video game of that? What is the video game that most people have played? Is it like a Fortnite or something? I feel like there are enough, like, older people who have, like, you know, abstained from that sort of thing to make that... I'm gonna say is that there is no video game that is as ubiquitous as water or corn or as rice. I think Super Mario Bros. First off, I feel like you have it's more ubiquitous if you just talk about the series as a whole. Second off, I don't think that Super Mario Brothers, the original, Pac-Man, I could see that. Are kids playing Pac-Man is the issue. I'm not sure they're all going back to enjoy the classics quite so much. If you ask people in Fortnite if they had played... Can you chat in Fortnite? If you ask people in Fortnite if they played Pac-Man, I bet you young people might not have. I mean, it's not free. It's not on any sort of, like, service. I don't know it's quite that easy to come by. I think Tetris might just be the best bet, but at the same time, I worry that, like, are kids playing Tetris? And any Tetris. Could be, like, Tetris 99 or Tetris Effect. Tetris Effect is, like, shit. Isn't that, like, 10 years old by this point? Or, like, 7, 8 years old? The kids probably aren't playing it anymore. I love how many shortcuts you can make in this game. It's so good. Just make your own way in the world. It's beautiful. This is a beautiful game. How I wish there was another one of these, like Tears of the Kingdom is to Breath of the Wild. Like, can you imagine if they were to Tears of the Kingdom this, if they made a sequel that was even better, like by an order of magnitude? God. I can't imagine what that sort of game would look like, but I would be... God, I hope that's what they're launching the new Switch with. I hope there's a new 3D Mario and it's made by this team and they fucking knocked it out of the park. That would be like my one hope for the new Switch. Oh, also Donkey Kong. Make a new Donkey Kong Country type game. I'm betting mostly 3D. I'm betting like a 75% 3D game with some 2D, but more 2D than this game, but basically a game that's like this, where it has 3D and a little bit 2D, but more 2D than this. Or should it be the other way, like 75% 2D, 25% 3D? Or just literally 50-50? That could go either way, really. I feel like I should provide a little bit more context on the thing I was talking about earlier with the anime theatrical runs. The thing that's terrible about anime theatrical runs is that they are often, like, very short. Literally one night in a theater. In not every theater, too, like some theaters. With no promotion, and you only find out, like, if you're lucky. And oftentimes it's like, okay, it's one night for the sub and one night for the dub. So you gotta know, like, which day to go on and not miss it. Another movie I missed because it was in theaters on a day I didn't expect I've mentioned before that I love Sound Euphonium, and that it's like one of my favorite shows. It's on, the new season is on right now of that. Well, I missed the movie, the third movie. The movie that came right before the show, the third season. I guess like the second movie, or like the finale movie. It was a finale until they started doing a third season, I guess. I guess it's not a finale anymore since it's... That's a head scratcher. It's called like the finale concerto or some shit. And now it's not the end. It's just the second year movie. And now they're into the third year season. Where their third years, you know, the characters are. Anyway, I missed that in theaters. And it was in theaters like right before Kill Anime got shut up, you know, right before that whole thing happened. So I sort of found out on account of, because, you know, Kill Anime was in the news, I was thinking about them and realized like, oh fuck, I missed a chance to support them. Because their shit just was not in theaters, or was in theaters at a time I wasn't paying attention. If you're unlucky, it could take like years or months before you get another chance to watch whatever you missed, too, which is another part of it. Fortunately for the thing I want to watch right now, which is the Rascal movies, the Rascal Does Not Dream, which are sort of like supernatural thrillers. They're like, if I were to sum up Rascal Does Not Dream, it's like, imagine the episode of, you know the episode of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, where a girl is invisible because she is treated as if she's invisible? Basically, it's like it's like that. It's like a bunch of scenarios like that, where it's like, oh, this girl doesn't want to move on, so she's in a time loop. She has caused a time loop because she does not want to see tomorrow. This girl has, you know, we got some body switching going on, also for high school emotional reasons. And it's all very well done. There's like a core couple at the center of it who are, you know, one of anime's best power couples. And it's fun and highly emotional when it wants to be. And goddamn good. I love Rascal Does Not Dream. I'm excited to see that, to see those movies. I can, you know, go buy the Blu-ray for the second one right now. And I think I will relatively soon. I will go buy the Blu-ray, you know, buy the Blu-ray and watch it. You know, with some sort of fan sub that will surely be easy to find. You know, I'm sure the Blu-ray from Japan doesn't have it, but someone will put a subtitle on, you know, somewhere where I can watch it. Those are legal to obtain and to traffic in. Anyway, that'll be fun. Looking forward to checking that out. And I hope they're just as good as the second movie, or the first... I hope the second movie is as good as the first movie from years ago, which was like my number 2 of that year as far as anime goes. Goddamn good. One of the best anime movies, I'd say. I kind of wish that all anime movies were just seasons of the television shows. That said, when they did Mugen Train and did a season of that anime movie, you know, they took the stuff that was a movie and turned it into a season of television. I thought that was weird. Because, like, wait, no, I already saw the movie. I don't... Why are you remaking it but in show form? That's, pointless. Especially because the movie is on streaming services. It's not like I can't get it. It's not like it's hard to find, even. It's literally on Crunchyroll. Maybe it's not in Japan, I don't know. Let's think for a second. How are we doing right now, this world, as far as moons go? Are we heading to the last moon of the world? The last triple of the world? I think we might do. We might be doing so. So probably should start looking into what other moons we can get. Get us up to 18 here. Wait, is there not one here? I thought there was one here. Maybe that's a post-game moon. I think that's a post-game moon, not a moon that we can get right now. Let's kick this guy's ass now. Ugh. A little sniffly tonight. Go figure. Tremendous! That was good. I agree with Cappy. That was less good. I like how there are just parts you can find in the shit. Makes breaking them up worthwhile. This game is very well designed. Don't you know? Two hits. Let's go. Is it like tracking where I am, where to hit based on like where I'm moving? You can do this in like Banjo-Tooie, just like swim in a circle, and Klungo will never hit you if you just like do circles. Doesn't look like that's gonna work here necessarily. There we go. Nice. We won't see her again until we need to do the hard mode version, which, is that a moon? I'm not sure if that's a moon, but might as well do it. I think we might do it. We'll see. Not a handful of moons left in this kingdom. We're about 3 hours into the stream. Yeah. I think this is about right. 4 hours to do world peace. I would estimate based on where we are right now. Seems pretty good. I'd like to dress up as a chef before I leave here. I'd also like to get, you know, the requisite number of moons. Did you watch Shogun? I want to watch Shogun, but I haven't yet. I've been, like, sort of thinking of that might be a good one to watch with the folks, with my parents, and see what they make of it. But, we ended up starting, Fallout, me and my parents, and I've been watching that with them, so I guess maybe I should watch Shogun on my own. I have such trouble finding time for, ooh, Chef is affordable. Finding time for, like, live action shows with how much anime I watch. It's like, I've already accepted that I am going to commit to X amount of animes a season. But, adding additional live action shows on top of that is just, hard for me to do. I should, though. I've heard great things about Shogun. Go in here now, right? This isn't like a party room like the last one. This is, a whole thing. Well, that one's a gimme. Speaking of anime, here's another card. Follow up on the seasonal anime overall. Talked about a lot of seasonal anime during the last big proper stream. At least on Friday's stream. I didn't talk about it at all on Saturday morning stream. But I just wanted to say, I was talked about on Friday how I was probably going to drop the New Gates. Haven't yet. The second episode was pretty okay. And I feel like it might just be okay enough not to drop and just to watch. The main character's kind of likable, even if it's a very generic show with not that much going on. I don't know. 3-episode rule, I'm gonna give it. It's earned that much by not being terrible. I'll also say, Kaiju number 8, Whisper Me a Love Song, and Go-Go Loser Ranger. Those are 3 shows that don't fuck around. They had, over the weekend, all 3 of those had fantastic fucking episodes. Kaiju number 8, really just showing a little bit more about what its premise will be and getting into some very funny, very cool stuff, which was excellent. It's becoming more clear what that show is, and it's gonna rule, I think, is the big takeaway from that. It's about kaiju, it's about people who fight kaiju, and it's about a main character who was in, like, monster removal, you know, cleaning up after the defeated monsters, but instead, now, something's happened to him, which turns out to be pretty cool and funny, and good. Whisper Me a Love Song, very good Yuri, very good gay romance, and I'll say, you know, there's 2 types of romance out there. Ones that are happy to just let things linger and let things stew for a while, and those that are like, no, we're fucking going. It's happening right now. Right now, the thing is gonna happen, and Whisper Me a Love Song is... I saw the 2nd episode. It is one where things happen. We're not gonna find a status quo and just sit in it for a while. Like, no. Things are popping off. It's good. And Go-Go Loser Ranger, goddamn, it's gone in directions I did not expect or think it would. Damn it. It's gone some incredible directions, and god damn, it's shaping up to be one of the most, like, startlingly good of the season. And that's on Hulu, so people could watch it. I'll say I often have trouble with how Hulu does, like, closed captionings instead of, like, proper subtitles. I don't need to know who's talking. I can figure it out by context. But Go-Go Loser Ranger is good enough where I'm okay putting up with that, which is maybe about as big a compliment as I can give it. It has a concept, and it's willing to not let it just be a concept, willing to have it be more of a big ongoing story. Rock Party saying Delicious in Dungeon. Hell yeah, I've been loving that one as well. I will say, that is also one of the top shows of the season. It just, you know, has been ongoing, so haven't had the need to talk about it. You know, there's a lot of new shows to talk about that just started that I want to give their time of day. Feel like Delicious in Dungeon has been well established as one of the best things. I'll also note 2 of the other best things this season. I'm gonna say 2 of the other best things are Jellyfish. Jellyfish Do Not Swim in the Night. Very cool show about, like, creators. You know, people doing content creation who are... The main character is, like, a artist who gave up after... Her basic premise is so good. I almost don't want... God damn it. I almost don't want to spoil it, but I'll say it right now. I'll explain what her deal is. There's a great scene with her where she got to paint a mural, like, out in Shinjuku. And she's showing her friends the mural, and they all run up and say, like, "Ah, what is that crap? What the hell is that?" And he was about to say, like, "I did that." And then she says, like, "Yeah, isn't it crappy? Haha." And you can tell she's dying inside as, like, a kid. And now, you know, years and years later, she is defeated, and she meets up with a girl who, you know, likes her mural and is a creator herself who hasn't given up, and the two hit it off, and it's really good. And the other one that I'll say is Windbreaker, which is just a really good show about some punks who are running around beating up on each other, and really good action. If you like Skate or shows about punks, this is perhaps one of the best punk shows in years. I keep fucking up this fucking shit. I think those 6 shows, what I just discussed, are the S tiers of this season. Though there are other shows as well that could become S tiers with a little bit of time, and you know, if they shape up good. That's just how it works. Media in general, sometimes you get something where you can tell from moment one, like, oh, this is one of the best things. And other times it's like, you ease into it, and you realize, like, ooh, this is doing something. This is getting somewhere. And in some cases, you really can't tell until it's over. In other cases, it starts good, and then when you get, like, deep into it, you're like, you know what, this really isn't as hot as I was hoping for. This peters out. This doesn't quite stick the landing. So, a lot of stuff to watch, and also it's worth noting that Demon Slayer, My Hero Academia, and a Mahjong show, which are all sequels to shows that I watched previously, you know, new seasons or otherwise. Those have yet to start, and I'll say I think the last few seasons of Demon Slayer have been excellent. Have been, like, top of class, you know, incredible things. And I'll also say that I really have enjoyed the end game of My Hero Academia so far. Though it doesn't have much slice of life, it has been very cool to see everyone, like, firing at 1,000. You know, as far as all the quirk uses goes. You know. Like, goddamn, Deku. I don't want to necessarily say, in case someone is, like, super way behind what's going on with Deku, but goddamn, it's cool to see what Deku can do now. Like, that just feels like... It just felt like seasons and seasons in the making as far as, like, oh my god, every little theory, every little hope has all come to fruition in what's going on now, though, you know, it has been a little dark. Maybe I was expecting a lighter version of that wasn't quite so end of days, but it's goddamn good. We just need 2 more here. There's 1, and we'll get the other one from this. For some reason, these platforms remind me of sombreros. Did these make anyone else think of sombreros? I guess that's a weird pull, considering this is the food world. They must be like some sort of Italian cookie. Is this what an Italian... Or is there an Italian cookie with a little nipple on it? You ready for more Jujutsu Kaisen? Yeah, that's gonna be good. That second season of Jujutsu Kaisen really left things in a place where things are just ready to pop off, you know. The scenario went really hard and really dark and left it in such a troubling state. Whatever they're doing next, it's gonna be a really, you know, they got their work cut out for them, I guess. I don't know where I'm going with this. Cool. It's time to go to Bowser's Kingdom. No, it's not. We all know if we played this game before, it's not Bowser's Kingdom time. It's time for a little bit of an aside. Yes, chef. Mario's a chef now. It's a pretty cool thing. I do think Bowser's Kingdom here in this game is one of the most inspired Bowser's Kingdoms there has ever been. Like, when you're heading to Bowser's Kingdom, do you expect it to be what it is? No, I don't think so. This looks like a comfy place. Man, if flying was like this, if you could sit in an armchair while flying, that would be a hell of a luxury. That's pretty cool. Cool dragon. I guess the dragon has, like, medieval medieval. Has, like, samurai helmet on, so I guess the dragon comes from not the Fallen Kingdom, but from Bowser's Kingdom. Or at any rate, Bowser has equipped him with a hat from his kingdom. Okay. I don't think I've ever thought about that before. What the fuck? That doesn't make sense. You'd think he'd have a hat that was like a medieval hat. You know, a Crumbledon hat. From Ruined Kingdom. Which would be just like a medieval hat. Instead, he's got Bowser's Kingdom hats. Oh well, not like I don't wear hats. I'm dressed as a chef right now. I'm no one to I'm one to talk. Let's kick this guy's ass. I guess he was sightseeing. He got a bunch of purple coins, you know, from Bowser's Kingdom, and he cashed it in for that sick hat. Which I am about to destroy on him. Sorry, dude. Has to be done. No more hat. He's gonna, the hat is back. I guess the hat regenerates. Actually, I guess every hat in the game regenerates, because you do, if you take some guy's hat off, like, you know, a Goomba or whatever, right? Do they get the hat back? Does it, like, respawn if you don't, take it off immediately and don't, like, capture them or something? I forget, it might do. We can test that next time we see a guy with a hat. One more hit, let's go. Did I mention that this is, the Fallen Kingdom? I did say it was a Fallen Kingdom hat. Or you know, I did say a whole bunch of stuff about the Fallen Kingdom and their, lack of notable headwear. Let's go. That is just a short little kingdom there. We just got 2 more kingdoms left. Bowser's Kingdom, and another one. Is it a kingdom, the last place that we go? Or is it just, you know, the place what it is? I'm not going to say it on account of, I don't know, maybe someone will be watching this eventually. Just instead of playing the game. Why would they do that? I don't know. I know that I've done that before, so, you know, I guess I speak from experience. There's no reason to say ahead of time where we're going, even if we all know. That's the Fallen Kingdom. How many cards do I have left at this point? Let me see. We don't have that much left in the game. I think I've covered everything that's like essential to, that I really wanted to 100% talk about. Yeah, pretty much. I can save cards for Friday's stream. That's fine. I have been thinking, like, you know, trying to make fewer cards so that we can do a Friday stream that's maybe like 3 hours, let's say. Those Friday streams have been going a bit long recently. Which is fun, but, you know, I don't know. I'd like to have, like, a nice, short, nice and tight viewer level stream now and again. He's got his own castle, that's right. So Bowser's Kingdom. Guy just told us he had his own castle. Well, turns out it's castle in the Japanese sense of the word, which is a nice surprise. And also it has, hey! Thank you for the raid, Bipolar. How you doing? What were y'all playing? I'm gonna guess Mario Odyssey. Let me do a shout out for y'all. Shout out _Polar. You were playing Mario Odyssey. Yes, I figured that. That makes sense. Thank you for the follow. Grandma B. Shout out _Polar, right? _Polo. Do the other source shout outs. There we go. How are you doing? How was your stream? Presumably doing some Mario Odyssey as well. I love Mario Odyssey, and I am replaying it tonight. It's gonna be over multiple nights, I'll say, multiple streams, because I am doing 100%. Yes, I am doing 100%. I have done 100% in this game before. Thank you for the follow. I also followed you, Bipolar. I'll tell you. Let me tell you about, like, me. And, me in this game, first off, and then I'll tell you more about myself. I have played this game before. It's one of my top 2 favorite games. But I only did 100% once. I only did 100% when the game first came out. Ever since then, I've done, like, any percent, world peace, I've gone for darker side. Casually, I will note. Not like, speedrun style or nothing, not with a timer. But I have played this game many a time, but never to completion since it first came out. Tonight, I'm doing world peace, specifically. Insofar as I'm going to, I have, you know, went through the worlds as fast as I can. Within reason, you know, within a casual... Within, like, not knowing the route, right? Not knowing the best route. The best routes to go about this, right? But, we're doing world peace, which means that I'm doing, just completing the main game, getting to post-game tonight, and I think after that I'll end. I think after we beat Bowser and confirm that world peace was achieved, that will be the end of this stream, and then next week I will come back next Tuesday, and I will do, like, I don't know, I'll figure out what the fuck the structure will be, But I reckon I'll go into a world and I'll go backward style through portraits until I reach the end of the loop, at which point I'll do something else, you know, to finish or whatever the fuck. I imagine at some point I'll have to go to Dark Side and Darker Side. For this world, I think we are now clear to just focus on the objectives and just like mainline it and go direct, you know? Because we have enough moons to get the thing done after we get the story moons. This is sort of an odd one because they don't tell you how many moons you need to finish, but it's only like 2 more than the mandatory moons. I'll tell you more about myself as well. I'm the Master DS. I am a, you know, a streamer. I stream a lot of stuff. I like to do a playthrough on Tuesdays, which is this. This is the playthrough for the next, I don't know how long, month or 2, or 3. And on Fridays, I do Super Mario Maker 2 viewer levels, which is sort of my main thing. And, you know, those are my most popular streams, I'll say, for what it's worth. I don't need that one yet. I want to get world peace and just do the moons that are necessary right now. And I think I already have enough to get to the next place. Actually, no, I think I need like one more, but it's probably... I probably could have gotten that one and just not gotten the one where you spin on the thing. Whatever. Doesn't matter too terribly. This is what you get when you play the game without thinking about it, and try to limit your moon consumption before endgame for no reason. Next week, everything will be less awkward, I assure you. Next week, if we see a moon, we'll just get it, and we won't stop twice to think, hang on, is this too many moons? There won't be such a thing as too many moons next week. It's a silly notion, I know. Anyway, viewer levels on Fridays. I'm also doing a stream Saturday morning where I will be checking out the Rivals of Aether 2, the Rivals 2 beta. It's just called Rivals 2. Sequel to Rivals of Aether. Looking forward to getting in on that and doing some, you know, getting my hands on that. Basically, Rivals is like a Super Smash Brothers-like, which is now going to be 3D and have more things that Smash Brothers has, in addition to some stuff that Smash Brothers doesn't have. I'm really excited for it. It's probably the game I'm most excited for right now that is announced. I mean, I'll say if they were to announce like a new 3D Mario for like the Nintendo Switch 2, that would be more exciting than Rivals 2, but of the games I know of, I think that Rivals 2 is the one I'm most pumped for. Hope that gives y'all an idea of what I'm about. I sit on my couch and I play the video game, and I talk about stuff. With chat or otherwise. No, depending. I also always have a number of cards, which have things on them that I want to talk about, basically. What does that mean, you wonder? You ask? Don't want to ask, but, well, I'll give an example right now. This is a card that says, still working on the new apartment. So, I moved into a new apartment, relatively recently, like a few weeks back. I took like a little bit of a break from streaming for a while until that was all mostly done. And it is now mostly done. There's just a few things left to sort out. Specifically, I still have a couple more chairs for my living room, or for my dining room that I'm gonna get, and those arrive from IKEA delivery tomorrow, so I'll set those up tomorrow. And also, I'd really like to do like something about the exterior noise, and I'm pretty sure there's no way to do. I'll say I have been trying some solutions insofar as like it's this one. It's that one. I have been trying some things as far as, like, to, like, reduce sound from outside, right? Like, I thought, like, okay, curtains, right? Curtains can help. So, if one pair of curtains can help a little bit, but not enough, 2 pairs of curtains, well, that must be even better. So I tried getting a pair of curtains that specifically said it had sound properties and putting that behind my existing curtains. No effect. I'm returning all that crap and getting, like, you know, my money back. Which feels bad because I still got the problem of, like, dozens of kids playing in a playground outside and yelling all the time. But kind of don't think there's a way around that, you know? Kind of just think I have to get used to wearing earplugs from around 6 o'clock to around maybe 9 o'clock. And then it's fine after that. Though the AC is a bit loud as well. I'll say that's another problem. Which maybe says something about me that as soon as the kids stop making noise, public enemy number 1 immediately becomes the air conditioner. Like, goddamn, I feel like that thing is louder than a washing machine. And I'm pretty sure it shouldn't be. If I can hear the air conditioner over my TV, I think that's a problem. Over my TV at max volume, I think that's a problem. What can you do about it, though, other than, like, put in a service ticket and have the guy come out and say, yeah, I don't know, it's working. It's working. If it's not working, you know, I could do a thing, but it's working, so, you know, I'm not gonna do shit. What can you do? I also still have to set up, like, a ball in my garage to, like, park with, you know, like it's like a tennis ball. I'm gonna hang it on the ceiling. Gotta do that at some point. That's on my list. Putting, like, trying to help with sound stuff as much as possible. I guess I did order some, like, sound deadening stuff. I guess I could try putting those in the vents. Like, no one would care if you put, like, like, adhesive sticky panels in the vents no one looks at. Like, you could just leave those even, and they would probably appreciate it if you did. Whereas if I put those on the windows, that might not be so appreciated. That's probably a smart thing to do. I'll say, I have chased after whales like this before, you know. And I'll say, like, it's not the kids. It's not kids specifically. At my previous place, there were bars and drunks outside making noise all night, and I hated them. At the place before, I lived next to a pool, and, you know, I hated when, well, I did notice when kids would come out and they would play in the pool when I was doing, like, my work day, you know, it was, like, mid-pandemic and all. But there were, like, fewer kids there than here now. Like, then it was just, like, 1 or 2 kids, you know, just kind of ignorable. Now it seems like in this place, like, I would, when I look out there, it's like, Jesus Christ, there must be, like, 50 kids out there. Dozens of kids, you know? Seems unlucky? I know, right? My first apartment had, like, a dog in the next apartment that was, like, barking all the time at the end. The one after had, like, a pool, and, by the end, I'll say, like, my biggest complaint with the pool wasn't kids. You know, coming out and hanging out mid-pandemic. This was back in the pandemic. You know, I was working from home, so it was a little distracting when, at 4 p.m., kids would come out and they would use the pool, but not terribly so long as you could just play music and shit, which I could do. But the thing I hated most living next to a pool was when they played, like, that game where they have a little board and they throw the bean bags. because every time they missed, it hit the board with like a bassy thump, because basically that board with the hole in it is kind of like a guitar. It amplifies the sound in much the same way, which just really annoyed the hell out of me. And I'll say I don't have any bass problem with this. It's just yelling. It's just dozens of kids, scores of kids yelling from like 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. and it's just gets to me. That's why I bought these sound isolating headphones. I'm hoping they help. I don't get why kids are always yelling. I know, right? I wish they wouldn't. I wish they would go inside and watch TV. What is with these, you know, I do think it's in a funny way. In a way that is like, you know, I do appreciate this is a silly thing to say, but I think these parents should be keeping their kids inside and having them watch TV and play video games. It's not right for kids to be playing outdoors. They should be playing indoors and being sedimentary. You have kids on your street and they're always screaming as they play tag. Why? I feel you, man. Again, like 50 kids, constant screams out there. It is. When I get a house, I bet I will look into like what you can actually do as far as renovation go. I bet I will like invest in quiet things, right? Why not? I will get new windows whenever I get a house if the windows aren't good enough. I will do that because, you know, I fucking care about such things. I can't stand it. Noise. I guess even in like suburb people, there are kids, right? But maybe not like scores of them. And also, you don't have to worry about neighbors on either side. I'll say, as far as neighbor noise goes, this place has been great. There hasn't been much to say about neighbor noise, and that's great. I like to not know neighbors. I will say also, I don't have upstairs neighbors. I'm on the top floor. Just the second floor. There's only 2 floors here because this is a building with attached garages, which is pretty sick. I'm really enjoying that. There's a lot of things that I like about this apartment, but also I am once again realizing all the disadvantages with apartment life that make me go like, yeah, I need a house. When this lease ends, I think I am going to immediately turn around and buy a house. And I'll be 35 then, so, you know, like 14 months from now, I'll be of an age that is like appropriate for home ownership, I reckon. I don't know what I'm gonna do with a yard, but I will say this. Kids will not be welcome on my yard. I will tell kids to get off my lawn. That'll be nice. To be able to tell kids like, yo, get the fuck out of here. In nicer words. That'll be nice. I can't wait for that. Apartment living, you have... What am I doing? Careless. Apartment living, you have no rights to tell kids to fuck off. You know, the best you could do is talk to the realtor, and they'll say like, yeah, well, you know, there's quiet hours from 10 p.m. on. Is that enough? You go like, I guess. Can you do something about the windows? No, not yet. I will say with this apartment complex, they do have like the windows are in very bad shape, and they do have like a insurance claim apparently out for the windows so that they can do renovations on them and replace them. So maybe like 3 months down the line, they'll replace all the windows in the apartment complex with hopefully better windows. Hell yeah. Hopefully they'll replace the windows with better windows, and I just, you know, will feel better about this next year. Fuck! Oh well, one missed phase is good. I like that. I'll take it. I like how this boss gives you ways to get up. Like, you know, not even ways that are exploits. Just like, hey, here's like a skill way to get up. You can also just use the exploit. The trick. Which is also fun. I'll say there's probably a few other things I want to set up, think about, but other than that, I think I'm pretty much settled down. Maybe I could get more lights so that these green screens would have, like, more even lighting. And then, you know, maybe you won't see such of a green outline behind me. Or maybe I could fix that just with better chroma keying. I should look in and see if there's, like, a more advanced OBS plugin or something that has, like, better chroma key. Or something. That seems very possible. Brand new green screen, by the way. Just got this right after I moved. I've been buying a lot, let me say, with this whole new move. Like, so much stuff. There's something I just got. I got filters arriving sometime in the next 2 days because the filters they included were crap. Like air filters. What did I just buy? Need to be careful here. Let me see. One second. Amazon. What did I just buy? I just bought something for the apartment. Well, these headphones. I just bought these headphones. That's for the apartment. Thank you for the follow, Blorgs. Thank you. Bought new shoes. Bought, that's not really for the apartment. I bought, like, a better Bluetooth thing. It's because these are Bluetooth headphones, so I should have a better Bluetooth adapter that works properly. The one on my motherboard doesn't work at all for Bluetooth, weirdly enough. What am I doing? I left my guy behind. Careless. I'll say between new furniture, new stuff in general, and other such things, this whole move and otherwise. Ah, fuck me! Fell on me. This move and otherwise has probably cost me about as much as a trip to Japan. Which I want to do later this year, so that's fun. It's a good thing I'm making more money than I ever, you know, at my previous job. At my new job. It's a good thing I'm making enough money to, justify such things. It'll be fine. I'm gonna manage. That said, I definitely want to stop spending money for a bit, just as soon as I have everything that I could possibly want. Just as soon as I have everything I could possibly want. Maybe that's a tad bit, what's the word? Idealistic. Maybe there is no such thing as, having everything that you could possibly want. Maybe there will always be something I can think of and so like, oh, you know what? I could really use new something or other. And my folks are telling me like, yeah, you should really be replacing all your shit every year or so. Like, they're telling me like, yeah, you should have new socks every year. And it's like, nah. These socks are good enough. I've had them for I don't know how long. I see no reason to replace them. Most of my pillars are like 10 years old, and there's one pair that I got recently that's like, you know, that's like 3 or 4 years old, and I think that's enough. That's enough. That's like I don't need to replace shit as often as that. I just heard a thing. Let me check. 1 second. Let me see if something's on the PC. Ooh, I'm insufficient disk space to continue recording. Start the recording again. Okay. That's fine. For the VOD people, there was, it ran out of space. My computer ran out of space a second ago. You missed like 5 seconds. Just me saying like, oh crap, I ran out of disk space. I haven't cleared a local VOD from my, drive. It turns out in the last, since I moved. And probably a little bit before then. I need to remember to do that every week or so, or else I'll run out of space again. It's a big hard drive that's in there. I'll say a big SSD, so couple weeks of not paying attention, I guess. Maybe it was months. Fuck. Ah well, should be fine now. I'll merge these two files together somehow. That'll be annoying. I'm glad it wasn't like an issue that would require me to restart my PC or something. It was just a, it was just, you know, SSD space. I'm still live as far as the YouTube and the Twitch goes, right? Everything's good on that end. It was just the recording SSD that had the problem. Good, okay, cool. Shows me for forgetting about that for probably a month or 2 or 3. I used to be pretty diligent about clearing that out. Back when I had less space. Guess I got complacent. That's Bowser's Kingdom. I will say with the new setup, I'm really enjoying my new layout as far as the PC and the desk area goes. And also really enjoying having these lovely green screens, which I have one for the desk area and one for the PC area over there. The PC one is sort of in the middle of the walkway between the PC and this area. But so I take it down and move it aside between streams, which I think is fine. I can do that every stream. It's not that heavy. Just gonna grab this moon and then we're off to, well, where are we off to now? Let's find out. Did it show where Bowser was going? It probably showed where Bowser was going, wasn't it? Didn't it? We've gotten every last moon that we're gonna get before we get into the post game, which is nice. Of course, there's plenty more to get. That said, hey, if we get 100 moons every stream, we'll be done in what, like 8 streams? That sounds pretty good. Maybe even less. These are like story moons. A lot of story moons are like the meatiest moons that there are. So maybe it'll actually be faster. I don't know. on average, maybe the other moons are faster than these ones. We'll see. We're ready for a wedding. So, if you didn't know, everyone knows, I'm sure. I bet everyone watching knows. If you didn't know where we're going to the moon. It was probably established, wasn't it, in a cutscene that I was half paying attention to, that Bowser went to the moon. We're gonna go fight Bowser. We're gonna do a whole labyrinth before we do so. This is like, you know, latest version and shit. I can't just skip the labyrinth. I have done the moon skip before, though. Back when it wasn't patched. I did, I have, done it. Way back when, you know. I am not one to save older versions of hardware. Like, I feel like that would just be incompatible with my, you know, having a Nintendo Switch normal style and using it for such things as Mario Maker, which requires you to be online, and stuff such as that. Let's do another card real fast while we're going to the cave. Dumb cooking stream idea I'd never do. One thing I'll say about me is that I don't cook that much. I cook like a few things. I cook breakfast, so like eggs, scrambled eggs, French toast, that sort of thing I will cook. And for dinners, typically the only thing I will cook is, on occasion, I'll make a whole big fucking thing of spaghetti with delicious sausages with it. Volume here good? Volume here good relative to me speaking? Anyway, here's the dumb idea that is bad and I'm not gonna do it. I haven't seen these guys before, but they seem cool. Here's the bad idea. Cooking streams, like multiple of them, where every stream was me making spaghetti. Just spaghetti every stream, every installment of it, spaghetti. And not even a different recipe or nothing, just literally, it's spaghetti with Italian sausages. Doesn't it look good? And maybe I'll mix it up a little. But by mix it up a little, I mean, yeah, I'm gonna throw in random ingredients. Tonight, I think I'll use, like, more butter. I'm gonna put in more butter than usual. And, ooh, let's do that thing that, that you know from Sopranos. There's the guy from The Sopranos. What's his name? Frankie? What the fuck's that guy's name? I feel like it's not Frankie. The fuck? The fuck who killed the girl? He has this great little spaghetti trick where he says, like, after you take it off the heat, put some spaghetti sauce. He doesn't say spaghetti sauce. He's Italian. He says, put some gravy in the pot and put it back on the heat for 30 seconds. And I've tried that a few times and I can't tell the difference, but I still do it because, man, an actual fictional Italian told me it was a good idea. I bet he's right. Apparently, it gives the sauce the opportunity to absorb into the thing. Anyway, I'm probably not gonna do that ever, but it's a fun idea a fun, dumb idea that I will just throw out there into the ether. This is a great sequence. This is a great sequence. You know, obviously, it is also fun to skip because it's fun to skip things, but it is also fun to play this, considering how fun it is. Just like a gauntlet of transformation challenges. Unlike anything that's quite been in the game quite before until like Darkest Side, I guess. Maybe like maybe you can make the argument for like fuck me. Maybe you could make the argument for like Bowser's Kingdom being very much like this. But it's cool as hell, and it gives you a chance to just go through a bunch of last capture challenges. Especially considering like the final boss is not gonna have that many captures to it. Just, you know, just just the one. Or just, you know, just like you know what I mean. We'll see. I think I got like 2 more cards. 1 or 2 more cards here. Why don't I just pop out the last card? Okay, cool. Perfect. Perfect timing for the last card. Did you hear about how cosmological constants may not be so constant? I saw a YouTube video about how some scientists, apparently they did a study where they compared like the various rates of expansion of like various groups of stars that are some of them older, some of them younger. Bubbles, if you would. I'm sort of oversimplifying, but basically, stars come in groups that are roughly bubble-shaped, and if you can see where the bubbles are, you can sort of see like what their size is and how they've expanded over time. And using that as like a baseline, because they're all, you know, at the start of the universe, they were all basically the same size. And if they've, on average, gotten smaller or bigger, you can tell, like, how that's been happening. And what they can tell is, like, oh shit, well, these numbers don't make sense if there's just, like, one constant, or if some constant is just constant, doesn't change. Which is something that they did suspect for a while, but they suspected that it sort of at the start of the universe, it was nothing. And then it became constant, like, shortly after. And it seems like it kind of just goes up and down. The cosmological constant, it's called. For reasons unknown. Which is neat. Fun stuff. Very interesting, like, I've always kind of thought that it makes more sense for things to be a little more loosey-goosey, and for us to have not quite figured out everything there is to know about physics, even on a grand scale. You know, obviously on a microscopic scale, on like a quantum level, we have no fucking idea how it all works. And there's a lot of holes in like quantum theory and shit that they have not figured out. But the fact that it's also true on the macro theory, and, you know, as far as things that we were pretty sure about. Range, I was too close. It's interesting to me. Very interesting to me. I should have saved the card until right now, while we're playing through a section we got through before. Ah, well. Live and learn. Hey, mine or mine? I'm guessing mine. English style. Mine would be like the Japanese pronunciation of that. I think Mine is a name, isn't it? In Japanese? I can't remember. There might, you know, there's so many anime characters. There might be one named Minnie. I guess there's also like Minnie Mouse, which is obviously spelled different. How's your day? Going good. Playing one of my favorite games of all time. Top 2 shared with, I'll say, Odyssey, top 2 game of all time. Tied for the honor with DKC 2. I'll say, Tears of the Kingdom might have like a good argument for being number 3. I haven't yet gotten to the point where I'm happy with a new game joining the top 5 list. So for now, Majora's Mask is still on there, but look, if a Zelda game is joining the list, a Zelda game has to leave the list. That's just how it works. That's just how a top 5 list works. Diversity, a little bit. Work was fine. I guess I can answer like, how was my day before this stream? It was good. Work was fine. Played some video games up until I started. Had a big plate of spaghetti right before. So I like to have, when I have leftover spaghetti, I like to eat it on stream nights just so that I can, go the distance. If it goes long or anything, I'm good. Spaghetti is filling. Honestly, there have been like 10-hour streams where I have had like a plate of spaghetti before, and I mean like a massive plate of spaghetti. Massive plate of spaghetti, 1.5 sausages, and just been like fixed good for the rest of the stream. Even if it goes like 10 hours, like I won't need to eat until after it's done. But this was just a nice 4-hour affair. Little over 4 hours to get here to, hey, this is the final boss. This stream is amazing. It's alright. It's pretty good. Thank you. I'll say, hey. I appreciate the compliments. There's Peach, and I forgot that there was a crown. I forgot that the crown was a ghost, like my hat, like Cappy. Does Peach's crown have a name? Let me Google. If y'all have an answer, tell me. But I'm just gonna Google it myself. Does Peach's... You know what? I can use Siri. Let me... Does Peach's crown have a name? Go. Also called Princess Peach's tiara in Odyssey. Odyssey. I can find nothing about this. Oh, the character is named Tiara. Okay. So it is Tiara. It's not a very good name. It's just what she is. Let's kick his ass. Let's go. Final boss. Here we go. Let's go. Just works the same as the Cloud Kingdom earlier on. Here we go. 2 more hits. Is there an ending? Yes, there is an ending. This is the end of the game. That said, it is worth noting right now, right here, that this playthrough will be 100%. That said, you can't get most things until the post-game, so I am doing the any percent, the world peace percent, right now, and finishing it. And then next week we'll come and we'll next week we'll return and start getting all the rest. You know, all the rest of the moons, one by one. Which, hey, we've gotten like 100 of them, and there's like 800 of them. So, good pace. Good pace. Probably will be at this for like 2 or 3 months, I would guess. Maybe as few as less than that. We'll see what happens. Should we watch the credits? Are there gonna be credits? There might be credits. Oop, what am I doing? Careless here. I know that I need to jump. Should we watch the credits, considering we're gonna continue on? And this is not the end of the whole thing, but just the end of the first chunk. There we go. Bowser is defeated, but wait, there's more. We need to escape and shit. My nose has been a little irritable today. Take allergy pills every day, but I guess it is the season of, is it still the season of allergies? Yes, it's middle of spring. That is the season. April, season. Yeah, allergies. It's probably that. We gotta escape, but how are we going to escape, you ask? Well, you'll see in a second here. This is the best shit. This is the best shit. When this happened, you know, I said earlier that the New Donk City segment, the festival, might be like one of the best moments of the game, and definitely the best 2D moment of the game. But I think this might be, low-key, the best moment of the game. I mean, there's arguments to be made for Darker Side, as well, being a very fun level. But this is a very impactful bit. When Luma sacrifices itself in a black hole? Does that happen in this game? I don't think there are Luma in this game. That'd be a good thumbnail. Oh, you thought I meant best in general. Gotcha, gotcha. What other, for best in general, let's say best Mario moment in general, what else is in the running? Piranha Plants on the March, I think, is in the running. I think that would be the one for the last game. Bowser's Fury's gotta have something in the running. Bowser's Fury was just full of cool stuff. Was the end game of Bowser's Fury, does that make a list? They found out recently, like a few years ago, I guess it isn't recently anymore, that if you hold down the run button while you're doing this platforming, you run faster as Bowser. That's just an interesting little thing that no one realized for like years. And I guess it's probably been years since they realized it because, oh god, this game's been out for a while. And we're all getting old. Super Paper Mario story. Oh, if we're including like spin-offs and not just like mainline, not just platformers, then yeah, Paper Mario has so many good moments you can pull from, yeah. When Bowser beats Mario Sunshine, when Junior talks at the end. That's some good bits. When Yoshi is playable in Super Mario 64 DS. Another good song. I love this song. It's very, it's very Sonic. It's very 3D Sonic, this song. And I love the swing. that they make with it. Like, goddamn, they're not afraid to be weird and to be do what they've never done before. Lyrics in a Mario game, goddamn. I guess Mario Wonder takes this to its logical extreme, which is like, yeah, not just music, a musical. Music that is being sung to you diegetically. Still, it's damn cool. As Tears of the Kingdom is like one of the best endings in a Zelda game, I think this might be the best ending in a Mario game. Right? Right? What's your top one favorite game? It's a two-way tie between Mario Odyssey and Donkey Kong Country 2. Diddy's Kong Quest. We did it. We have gotten to the end game, which is great because we're going to spend a lot longer here on subsequent streams because we have to get, like, still, I don't know why I'm looking at my watch, 700 more moons. Something like 700 more moons. And do we need to get 999? Should we get 999? Maybe we should grind up enough coins to buy the rest of them. You know what I mean? To get us up to 999. End of the day, you know? What a good scene. An appropriately silly ending. For any percent. That gets me every time. Well, maybe not every time, but it is perfectly done. I love Mario consoling Bowser. It is a perfect little beat. Unexpected ending. Yeah, it's so good. Mine. This is your first time seeing it, I suppose. We can watch these credits later, right? I think we can watch these credits later. I think we'll watch the credits when we're like 100% done with this. The important thing now is to say that we did the any percent, we are now in the post game, and also all these rocks are added to every level. Those rocks add like twice as many moons. They basically double the moon count of every world, meaning that when we go back to each of them, even if you had, say, blown it out and gotten every moon that you could find, every moon that was there would now be a bunch more per world, which really gives it a real shot in the arm. At least the first time I played it, it did. You know, by then I had like gone through each world and was being pretty thorough and being pretty completionist. And when I got here, you know, without those rocks, I would basically just be doing cleanup duty. But instead, when I went back, it was like, oh my god, that just injected so much more content into each world. It was incredible, especially considering that they were so dense to begin with content that they were amazing. Our journey will not be ending. Our journey will not be ending, y'all. We are just getting started. Folks, I want to say right here, right now, we are not anywhere near complete. We are just getting started here. Next week, we will be continuing this. But before we do that, before we wrap up and do like a Twitch raid and show the schedule, let's first go into Peach's castle and confirm that we have world peace. Not that it really matters, it's just, I mean, it's just a thing, right? We talked to this Toad as well. Peach is not in the castle. We meet up with Peach, we get a moon. That's gonna be how it works next week. Oh, I love how this is the castle from... Nope, not gonna look. I tell you what, let's do whatever the fuck this is. Oh, it's just a free star. It's just a free moon, okay. Let me get that coin. Purple coins there. Get these Toadette stars real fast. And let's look at real fast at what Toadette has for us. You have to pop out and pop back in to confirm that you have achieved world peace, which, there we go, we did it. We have achieved world peace. That's what I wanted to do tonight, and look at that, I did it. What is your favorite Mario character? Waluigi? I'm gonna say Waluigi. Definitely Waluigi. There's an argument to be made for Bowser. And Wario's up there as well. But Waluigi is definitely top for me. And I'm not counting, you know, Donkey Kong characters with the, as part of that. Let me be clear. Okay, we have gotten all of Toadette's moons here. Let's have a look at this list. Where's the list now? Okay. So these are the Toadette ones. There's also other moons. Aren't there other moons to find in Mushroom Kingdom? It's kind of weird that these are all Toadette moons, right? Oh, no, okay. After 43, all these are Toadette moons. So we gotta get more power moons. We gotta buy things with regional coins. We gotta collect moons again, more moons. These ones we'll all get because we're getting all the moons. These ones will be easy. We will in time get all of these. Anything that we have to specifically go out of our way to do. Let's see now. That gives you a moon. So we'll get that one. That is also... These ones are for moons, so we'll get those ones as well. This one is moon-related, so that's necessary. The souvenirs and stickers, okay. So these ones, there's no moon for these otherwise, so we do have to get all the souvenirs and stickers and stuff. That will require, you know, getting a bunch of purple coins and buying them. Collect hats, okay, yes. That's another thing where we'll have to buy a lot of stuff. We'll need all the coins. Good to know. Checkpoint flags. Get all those that we can. Noted. Collect coins. Important. And throw Cappy and jump. We'll get there. If we do 5 more streams and jump and throw Cappy at about the rate we've been doing, we will get these ones soon enough. Cool. I like how this ends with a whole world that is just the outside of Mushroom Kingdom. Loosely inspired by Mario 64, but it's not directly just what was in Mario 64. Well, folks, that's gonna do it for tonight. I'm just gonna hit save as if it's not saving already. It's just saving already. We don't have to worry about that. But that's gonna do it for the first installment of the first stream, the first part 1 of Mario Odyssey, Super Mario Odyssey 100%. We've done World Peace. We're in the post game now. There's nothing in our way now other than getting enough moons to get to darker side and dark side and darker side. Darker side? There's dark side, there's darkest side. Isn't there a dark... Isn't it dark side, darkest side, darker side? Or darkest, dark side, darker side, darkest side? I forget. Doesn't matter. We'll see. That'll be in time. I mean, I guess I can just return to the thing real fast. One second. Let's just poke. Let's just peek ahead. I guess I could have saved that for like So, after the Moon Kingdom, there's Dark Side and Darker Side. Darkest Side? I forget if there's 2 or 3 moon areas. I think there's 2. So it must be Dark Side and Darker Side. Next time, we might get to Darker Side, like, or Dark Side, like the first one of those, because, like, at the rate we're going right now, that would basically be less than doubling our moon count to get to Darker Side. That might be a good goal for next time, to get to Darker Side and end on that. That's a thought. That is definitely a thought right there. Or maybe we'll just start a loop around all the worlds, going through the paintings to get from world to world, and just you know, go with the flow and not cash in until we have like 200 moons to cash in, right? Or 500, or as big a number as we can possibly do. That is very fun when you do that. We'll see. Anyway, let's go ahead and show the schedule here. Here's the stream schedule. It's over in that direction, you know, over there. Tuesdays, 8 p.m. Central. That is when this playthrough will continue. Around 8 p.m. Central, going for, I don't know how long, 3-4 hours, roughly, per stream, I would reckon. Fridays are Super Mario Maker 2 viewer levels. My most popular thing, what I do. And the thing that I do on Fridays. And look forward to that. That'll be fun. That's always is fun. Especially now that last time my microphones were a little bit screwy. They're working fine now. As I hope is evident by the way that I sound. I tested before the stream. If I sound like shit, I will be very surprised. Look forward to that Friday. And I will say also, this weekend, Saturday around 11 a.m., Rivals 2 goes into alpha, or into beta, closed beta, like backer beta. It's a backer beta is what it is. And I have access to it, you know, being a backer and all. That's funny. The bird. I have access to it, so I'm going to be trying it out for the first time Saturday morning. And then after that will be, you know, Mario Odyssey. It wraps around, you know, time does. Viewer levels on Friday. Rivals 2 on Saturday. More Odyssey next Tuesday. That is the schedule. Let me do a Twitch raid here to end. Let me see here. Find the right buttons to press. Here we go. Let me see who is streaming right now. Mario is snoring. That's cool. Referee Clark is doing Alan Wake DLC. I'm going to send you over to Referee Clark. He's a referee of, wrestling. A wrestling refugee. Referee also does streaming. Cool dude. Followed me. And, you know, I know him from, like, Dan Reichert's community. And he followed me as well. So because, you know, we both share our streams in the same community, you know. You know how you do. Alright, I will see y'all on Friday for viewer levels, followed by Saturday for Rivals 2. And if you're looking for more Odyssey, that'll be next Tuesday. We'll see if it's just collecting moons idly or specifically shooting for dark side. I'll think about it over the next week, and it probably would make more sense to do dark side, wouldn't it? Because then we will have a goal for the stream to be working towards. That sounds like a great idea, come to think of it. All right. I'll see you then. Which then? Any then you feel like. Friday, viewer levels. Saturday, Rivals 2. If you want to fight me and have access to the beta, I'm open to that. Or on next Tuesday for more Mario Odyssey. Good night, mine. Good night, everyone. Bye, folks.